Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Monday Night Football was played between the Baltimore Ravens and the Los Angeles Chargers. The game of the two Harbaugh brothers as head coaches. Final score of that game, 30-23. The Ravens ended up winning that one. Ravens improved to 8-4. The Chargers fall to 7-4. And that win means that the Baltimore Ravens have tied the Steelers' win total. Steelers 8-3, Ravens 8-4. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more Fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. The Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
This holiday season, cozy up to streaming more of your favorite entertainment, a whole year more. Switch to Fios Home Internet and get 12 months of Netflix and Max on us. So kick back, relax, hop into your coziest flannel jammies, and switch to fast, reliable Fios Home Internet for 12 months of Netflix and Max on us with a Fios 1 gig plan. 'Tis the season for streaming on the 100% fiber optic network. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch to Fios Home Internet today. Cozy flannel jammies sold separately. Verizon. For your first 12 months of the perk with select Verizon Home Internet plans, then $10 a month after. Netflix and Max with ads perk requires Fios 1 gig plan. Must install service and enroll in perk within 60 days after, and then register the perk with Netflix and Max within 90 days of enrollment. $10 a month perk credit ends after 12 months. After 12 months, perk bills at the then current price for the Netflix and Max bundle, currently $10 a month unless canceled. Must be 18 years or older. One offer per eligible Fios plan. Limited time offer.
Egan Ford's got it, and now's the time to buy from one of the largest commercial vehicle dealers in the tri-state area. From now until year's end, businesses can write off the full purchase price of work trucks using the IRS tax code section 179.
Over 200 dumps, crane trucks, box trucks, chassis, transits, and more have all been discounted. That's Megan Ford in Connellsville, where trucks are cheaper in the country. 724-547-FORD or MeganFord.com.
For healthy holiday recipes, visit @Awaken180 on all social channels. Free recipes showing you how tasty losing weight can be. Paige and all the Awaken 180 coaches want to wish you and your family a happy, healthy Thanksgiving.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning. Or is it? We'll find out after this conversation, I'm sure. But it's the Fan Early Morning Show. It's for the average Joe. And when the average Joe wants to buy like a pro, the average Joe goes to CGR Wholesale. The Fan Early Morning Show presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Call 412-928-9370, right? We got some things to talk about. There's some upcoming games on the slate because I don't want to talk about football immediately because I'll get sad. Well, unless it's college football, like Pitt. Well, Pitt's kind of making me sad too this year. But Pitt plays Boston College on Saturday at 3 o'clock. It'll be the final game of the regular season for the Pitt Panthers football team. Pitt men's basketball plays Ohio State on Friday. That's an afternoon game. It'll be played at 2:30 in the afternoon. Slate of Thursday night football games coming up this week. And that is, those are the Thanksgiving features. And I just got reminded as well in my head, just thinking of the dates. I mean, time has been flying so much that, you know, I was looking at the date, just like the calendar, and I'm like, man, the Steelers are just about a month away from playing on Christmas now. Like, we're almost a month away from Christmas, and Thanksgiving is in 2 days. Thursday night features, though. Thanksgiving features Bears, Lions, Giants, Cowboys, and Dolphins, Packers. And 93.7 The Fan will have all those games carried through Westwood One. So happy Thanksgiving to you. We do have those football games here. If you want to listen, you have that option. You can listen on the radio or on the Odyssey app. But again, Bears, Lions, Giants, Cowboys, Dolphins, Packers, they'll be all playing back to back to back on Thursday, on Thanksgiving Thursday. So enjoy that. There was a feature last night played between the Baltimore Ravens and the Los Angeles Chargers, and that game was won by the Baltimore Ravens. And I am sad because the Ravens won. It was kind of be bittersweet in certain ways. I mean, if the Chargers won, the Chargers would also be, well, they would have been 8-3, so they'd have been tied with the Steelers' record exactly. The Ravens have the same wins, not the same losses. Steelers 8-3. The Ravens are 8-4. Yeah, that hurts more just because the Ravens are in division with the Steelers. And it makes that loss to the Browns hurt just a little more. So here's what I'm kind of gathering. Here's my opinion, right? Because my opinion's starting to form a little better just watching results. Because, you know, when good things happen to the Steelers and bad things happen to other teams, it's easy to not think logically in some senses of how we got here. We're just happy that the path existed to where they could get to success. But now they've run into some adversity because they lost to a team that objectively this season has not played well against most opponents. You get into division games, though, and for some reason anything happens in the AFC North because the AFC North is both the most competitive and least competitive division that exists in the National Football League. But the Ravens winning exposes this idea that I have that I think a lot of people think. Now, sometimes I believe that some of you call in or text in, like the guy that said T.J. Watt having a child with his lady is going to prevent him, like, that. This is the peak of his career because he's having a child. Like, we get those comments, and it's like, okay, what are we doing? That yesterday was crazy and no good. But I think a lot of people call in with good intentions, like, okay, you know what? I'm reasonably pessimistic. But you say that, and I think that it's just difficult to realize that when they're having success. And when you just express pessimism and you don't, explain it, the majority of other fans will be like, you know what? No, I'm drinking the Kool-Aid. They're great. They're a good team. We have expectations. And pessimism within reason is all right. Optimism should be there. I mean, you're a fan. That's what a fan does, eternally optimistic about a team. At least by definition. That's not what reality is. It is okay to feel frustrated, but it's also, the job of a fan is to be optimistic and supportive, and that's what that is. So, you beat the Baltimore Ravens. Steelers beat the Baltimore Ravens. And optimism is very high. Because the Steelers did the thing. It felt like they completed a task that did not feel realistic to achieve, right? Because the Ravens are really good. And so when you go into the game against the Browns, your expectations are high. Like, you have opportunities to separate yourself from everybody else. You beat the team in your division that was favored, that was expected to beat you. So when that happens, I mean, the expectations grow, but also I think the key point that so many miss about this, or about those games, is winning against the Ravens gave the Steelers an advantage in the division. It separated them. It made them number one. These are all opportunities that come up on the schedule. Every game the Steelers have is an opportunity to gain a lead in the standings so that the more games that they win, the better advantage they'll have in their postseason journey. Now, it's a little less true these days, though, because there's only, the top team makes it, and the Chiefs seem like they're going to be that top team unless they have a collapse. But still, I mean, they'll play on Super Wildcard Weekend, and it'll be what it'll be. The postseason will begin. Winning the division is also, it's a good thing. It's good to do that. So the opportunity's there to take an advantage and separate yourself from everybody else. The game against the Cleveland Browns was an opportunity for the Steelers to maintain pace as the number one team in the AFC North. So I think what everybody's feeling is when you lose to the Browns, I mean, it's not like it was overly shocking, I think, for many to watch the Steelers perform the way that they did. And the Steelers could have won that football game, but they did not. The way they lost is frustrating, but I think what's kind of hidden in the back of everybody's mind is that the Steelers lost that opportunity. And it was hard to see at the time, but when other games are played involving other teams in your division, or even in the conference, you start to notice, like, oh, man, that loss could have been prevented, and it wasn't. And now the Ravens have caught up. Now the Ravens struggle mightily, it seems, against the Steelers. And this makes me think the NFL, at the same time, is both really competitive and not competitive, because the best teams usually lose to the teams that are struggling midway through the season. It just seems to happen. The Browns beat the Ravens and the Steelers. The Steelers had that opportunity to distinguish themselves and not have lost to the Browns. But they did. So really, I think when you have this opinion about the Steelers, I mean, think about the lost opportunities and how that affects the season from a standpoint of how you're doing as opposed to the teams in your division. I think we all just get skeptical, too, because the Steelers seem to blow these opportunities a lot of the time, where they can't win some games that you would expect them to win. And when they get into the postseason, I think that there's just that apprehension. I talked about this a couple weeks ago. I think that there's just this apprehension that if the Steelers can't do this in the regular season, if the Steelers can't separate themselves in the regular season, if the Steelers are making mistakes against teams that they should beat, what is the postseason going to look like? Because you could play a team you think you could beat, and they might beat you, or you're going to play a team that's really good at limiting mistakes, and you're going to lose. The divisional round really is where the big teams get to play. The wild card teams, I mean, they're all hit or miss. Those teams. They either have a good run or they don't. The Steelers have been really unfortunate in that they haven't really been able to get on a run in a long time. And they missed the playoffs, 3 of those years? And when they've made it in the wild card round, they did not win. They were bested by clearly superior opponents. So I think that that's just where the apprehension comes in from fans, and I think you should express it that way, not, oh, I'm upset the Steelers lost, they stink, they're never going to do anything ever. I mean, the Steelers, I'll still maintain, are a good football team. But you waste opportunities when you allow the Ravens to get back in it and share the win total you have. I think the Steelers have the tiebreaker, though, by that half game right now. It's not going to be that way, though, by the end of the season. Everyone's going to play 17. But also, I just think there's that apprehension that if the Steelers can't handle games against some of these opponents that are clearly inferior, and they cannot separate themselves, who's to say they're going to get it together enough to win come postseason time? And I think that's a fair question to ask. And it's scary to think about that. Like, we're approaching 8 seasons without a playoff win for the Steelers. If they don't win a playoff game this postseason, it'll make it 8. I mean, 2016 was a long time ago. I was a junior in high school back then. So that's where I think a lot of fans come in. Now, I don't listen to the aggression or the just blind pessimism that I hear out there, but I think that if you're going to have an opinion about the Steelers, it should be more about just like what you're fearful of. Not so much just like, oh, they can't do it. I mean, they can't do it. I believe that they can do it. I believe they can get it figured out. But, I mean, will they? And that's where my fears come in, and it all just circles back to that, because the Ravens won, and now that makes this week even more sour, because the Ravens won, and the Browns beat the Steelers, and the Steelers and Ravens both have 8 wins now on the season, and it's frustrating. And you had an opportunity, and they did not take that opportunity to win against the Browns, a team that the win was there. The win was there plenty of times. They just didn't take it. And again, that also opens up the bigger question. If they can't do it now, why should we have faith that they'll do it when the pressure is the most tense that it will be during a season in the playoffs? So, I've talked about this before, but it's extra emphasized now that the Ravens won yesterday and now have the same amount of wins as the Steelers. Ask that question more. Because there is reasonable fear that the Steelers cannot win in the playoffs if they can't win some of these games during the regular season. Good teams beat bad football teams. The Chiefs proved that against the Carolina Panthers on Sunday. It was also an agonizing game, and sometimes those games happen, but the Chiefs are so separated from everybody else. I mean, they lost one game this year to a Bills team that also limits its mistakes on the field. The Bills are good at executing plays, especially on offense. Good teams beat bad teams. And the Kansas City Chiefs had a barn burner, had a nail biter against the Carolina Panthers, but still were able to win that game. Steelers just make me nervous because when the playoffs come to it and the games get super intense, the Steelers don't always play up to that challenge, and they haven't in the last previous 7 seasons. So just ask, if you're going to think about this and you're going to try to assess this and you're going to try to have an opinion about this, ask the right questions. Have the right anxieties. There's blind fear and there's blind pessimism, which I don't listen to and I push aside. That's a fair question if you were to call in or react or, how you just think on a daily basis, how you want to think about things. That's the way to do it. There is reasonable fear that the Steelers cannot execute in the playoffs if they can't win some of these games that should be routine wins in the regular season. So you've got a Browns franchise now that gets to celebrate all week because they beat the Steelers, and they already beat the Ravens, so they're on a high. I mean, they have 3 wins, but 2 of those wins were against division opponents that are at the top of the AFC North. And the Steelers beat the Ravens, so good for them, but the Ravens have also come back now, and at this point in the season have 8 wins as well. Not a lot of good feelings for this Steeler faithful right now, me being one of them. I don't feel great. I don't think a lot of you feel great out there either, and we still have to wait till Sunday to see the Steelers play again. Blah. 412-928-9370. Feel free to call as well. We'll talk all morning with you, or at least all morning while I'm on the microphone, right? Because this show is only 35 minutes, so you can call in at all during the length of this show, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33 if you want to type out your messages. If you don't want to wait on hold and you just want to speak, you can go to the Odyssey app and search 937 The Fan, and then right by the Listen Live button, there should be a Leave a Voice Message button. And you can leave me a voice message. I do listen to those, so feel free. Sometimes we air those too on all the shows, all the daytime shows here on 93.7 The Fan. So if you want to leave that, that may be your chance to get on the air if you don't want to wait on hold. And then on YouTube as well, there's a YouTube chat that's gotten kind of goofy, but we do have a YouTube live stream going as well. If you go to 93.7 The Fan, 93.7 The Fan on YouTube, you can find our channel. It's that black and yellow The Fan ribbon kind of design. You'll see it. It's right there. We're live there, and you can see all the other videos that we post on a daily basis as well of content from all the shows throughout a day. I've got to take a break. My name is Nicholas Ericalis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of a wet start to the Tuesday morning rush, and this report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. If you're traveling out and about, maybe getting an early start for the holiday week, well, be sure to give yourself a little extra time. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam looking at the Parkway North, that's mainly wet. You could find some slippery spots. HOV lanes are open alongside that roadway as well as the crosstown. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Outbound Parkway West looking good, heading toward Pittsburgh International Airport. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For healthy holiday recipes, visit @Awaken180 on all social channels. Free recipes showing you how tasty losing weight can be. Paige and all the Awaken 180 coaches want to wish you and your family a happy, healthy Thanksgiving.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Yo, 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 Dad is in the house. What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday, get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN is rated as outstanding on PC Mag. Just visit nordvpn.com and discover the benefits of this all-around cybersecurity tool. It will encrypt your online traffic. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. So improve your digital privacy and protection with one simple click. Get the special Black Friday deal at nordvpn.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
1 in
in 8 people, including 1 in 6 children under the age of 18 in southwestern Pennsylvania, are food insecure. Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with 1,000 partners in 11 counties across the Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive. If you are in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer or donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Talking sports into Berg. Early.
Good morning, sir.
Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Listen to us on the radio. The frequency, 93.7. How about that? Listen to us on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY Odyssey. You can watch a video stream of 93.7 The Fan on our website, 937thefan.com. And also listen and watch on YouTube. That would be just go to YouTube and search 93.7 The Fan. There's a chat on YouTube. There's a way to leave voice messages on the Odyssey app when you search for and find our station. You can call 412-928-9370, and you can also text 412-928-9370. And you can talk to me personally on X if you tag me at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. It'll be a big football weekend here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage of the Pitt game on Saturday against Boston College that afternoon. Also, we'll have coverage of all the Thursday football games, the Thanksgiving Thursday games. You can listen to those right here on 93.7 The Fan. Those will be broadcast. You can also listen to those on the Odyssey app. It'll be the Bears and Lions, the Chicago Bears and the Detroit Lions at 12:30, the New York Giants and the Dallas Cowboys at 4:30, and then the Miami Dolphins and the Green Bay Packers at 8:20. All those games again right here on The Fan. Pitt men's basketball plays on Friday against Ohio State after losing its first game on Sunday. Pitt men's basketball 6-1 on the season now. And they play Ohio State on Friday. So it's Thanksgiving Thursday football, Pitt men's basketball, Pitt football. That's your weekend in sports here on 93.7 The Fan. All games that you can listen to live right here. Very good. Plenty of ways to reach the show as well. You can call me still, 412-928-9370. Got a couple more minutes left. And I've just been talking about how you should direct your feelings as it relates to this Steelers team, where you should be allocating your feelings. Are the Steelers a good football team? Yes, I still think so. The Steelers are a good football team. They're constructed well, and they've shown that they are capable. Are the Steelers the best team? No, I think we all realize that. They're not the best team right now in the NFL. There are a few other teams that are ahead of them. In terms of AFC North teams, I still think they're among the best. But I think it's totally fair to be reasonably pessimistic about how you feel about them based on how they've played this season. There have been a lot of mistakes. And when you lose to teams that you should beat, like the Browns, I get it. There is that pessimism. And there is that fear that even if they qualify for the playoffs, will they be able to handle either the extreme challenge of a really good team, or can they handle the responsibility of not playing down to poor teams? And that's really where my mind lies. I think that's the healthy way to put this, is that anytime the Steelers make a mistake throughout the season, you can cite that. You can say, you know what, I'm just afraid they're going to do this in the playoffs too. Because the question of whether they're good enough to qualify for the playoffs and they're good enough to win a playoff game, I think those are two different questions. Those are two different ideas to wrestle with. 412-928-9370. One caller on the line now wants to talk. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Old German Rod.
Hello.
Hey, I had to take a couple of days off of this because I was so disappointed about the Steelers' loss to Cleveland.
I get it.
But as Steeler fans, we should know Mike Tomlin has these games. We should expect it because he does it every year. He never pulls away from the pack, or he doesn't make the team seem like it's an elite team every year. So we're so used to being in the mud. That's just the way we got to be. And it seems like we got Baltimore's number. Maybe Cleveland got our number in Cleveland because, we haven't been winning there.
Especially on Thursday night, too. Huh.
Yeah, Thursday night. He has to change something on Thursday night. I don't know what routine that he's doing, but maybe he needs to change that because his record on Thursday night is terrible, but his Monday Night Football is great.
Indeed. Yeah, I remember they were talking about that, and thanks for the call. I remember they were talking about that before. I think it was last year or 2 years ago. They played on Monday Night Football, and the Browns have not won against the Steelers on Monday Night Football in like a long time. I don't think they ever have, actually. The Steelers hadn't lost a Monday night game at home since 92, I think. Was that 92, 93? So it's still been a while. Yeah, so sometimes those are just freaky. And I think that's a good call because that kind of puts it into perspective. I still feel like the opportunity was lost. Yeah, sometimes there's just situations, game times, teams that you play where you don't win. I'm not going to say it's okay, quote unquote, but yeah, I mean, does it happen? Yeah, I guess so. So that's a good call. I like that call. Thanks for the call. And I'm out of time. So I tell you now that fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here. The Chevy Red Tag event now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Excuse me, today. High of 55, low of 35. Partly cloudy skies expected. Tomorrow, the high drops to 45, lows 32 tomorrow. 50% chance of rain. Rain through the rest of the week from tomorrow on, and snow expected to fall on Friday. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Looking for the perfect gift for your sports fan? Check out Yinzer's in DeBerg with 2 locations in the Strip District. Yinzer's offers a huge selection of black and gold jerseys, hats, hoodies, and other merchandise. Yinzer's also features the hottest styles for all women. Get all your gear for football and hockey at Yinzer's in the Strip. Feel the energy. Home and Electrical Associates, highly trained staff that specializes in cutting-edge, high-end electrical services. From residential, commercial, industrial, to design-build needs. Home and Electric does it all. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free fries from McDonald's, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, tacos, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms, taxes, and fees apply. See app for details.
Harbor Freight knows tool people like to keep busy. But with our Black Friday sale coming up Thanksgiving weekend, you'll want to free up some time. We're talking deals like our 5,000-watt generators under $800, 17-foot ladders for $99.99, and 40% off Icon Pro socket sets. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 12/2/24 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder. Hear from one happy customer.
Window Nation truly would not give up until they designed their windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. They're amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient windows are built to last a lifetime. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with 0 down and no interest or payments for 24 months. Schedule an estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
For healthy holiday recipes, visit @Awaken180 on all social channels. Free recipes showing you how tasty losing weight can be. Paige and all the Awaken 180 coaches want to wish you and your family a happy, healthy Thanksgiving.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsoфhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cornell traffic cam with a quick look at the parkways east and west. A little bit heavy for both those roadways into their respective tunnels. In Bethel Park, utility work continues to restrict Route 88 Library Road on the southbound side between Connor Road and Valley Drive. We also have work in Upper St. Clair on Route 19 Washington Road. That's restricted in both directions between Southern Highlands and Lambeth Drives. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley with you. Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. No score in Doran today. Second consecutive day under the weather. Said he was in bed all day yesterday. Said he was going to gut it out today. And I said, big guy, why? A, get your rest. B, don't get my ass sick before Turkey Day. I think he wanted your permission to not be at I work. think that's what he was going for, yeah. That's what that was. He doesn't want to let us down. He wants to grind through it. He wants to do the best show possible, which of course includes Doran. There's no question about that. But he was feeling poopy, and I buy it. I always am afraid that people aren't going to believe that I'm sick whenever I am sick, that people are going to think that I'm faking it. I don't think Doran's faking it at all. He would not have texted us at 4:06 yesterday morning if he were just trying to play hooky for the day, and he wouldn't take today off. So I hope he gets better. I hope he's back tomorrow. If he's not back tomorrow, then he's got a full week of rest, and we'll get the best version of Doran on the other side. Bostic's going to be in with us tomorrow anyhow. Hold on. And Doug Whaley. Tomorrow,
Callis, 9 until 10. Whaley and Bostic. It's like a Thanksgiving family get-together. Anyhow, what?
Well, if I'm thinking like Dorn,
Mm-hmm.
if it's already a short week,
Yes.
and I already missed the first 2 days of the week, why would I show up on Wednesday?
See,
maybe for Bostic and Whaley.
He's got that football player mentality, though. If he's healthy enough to play, he's going to play.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like he's nursing a hamstring kind of deal, and yesterday that thing was ouchy. Today it's probably a little tender, and he'll get out there, he'll run around a little bit and work it out, see if he can go tomorrow. If he's healthy, he'll be here. If he's not, he won't. I just hope he's healthy enough to do Thanksgiving because they do it at his house.
Well, that's another thing,
He
too.
makes like 6 turkeys. He fries one, he smokes one.
Again, if it's me.
Not sure if he roasts one. Yeah, you got to be careful. You got to be careful.
If it's me,
You got to be healthy.
why would I come to work when I could sleep?
See, this
and better
is just
prepare
the
for
difference
Thanksgiving?
in your mindset versus his mindset.
No, I would be. When have I taken a sick day?
I don't know.
Exactly, never.
When's the last time you were sick?
In the spring.
I
had
got a little
something.
streak going. I missed a day not too terribly long ago because I had a just horrendous migraine. But apart from that, sick, I can't remember the last time I was sick. Great. Knock on wood. Anyhow, nobody cares about this. I was walking up the stairs to come into work today, Callis, and there's a TV on in the lobby downstairs, right outside the doctor's office. I guess people watch it to get brainwashed while they wait for their doctor to come out and get them. Anyway.
Or the elevator.
Yeah, I guess you could just stand there waiting for the elevator for 47 seconds. You got to watch. Sometimes it's the Weather Channel. Well, today they had one of the news networks on, and they were doing a story on what you can and cannot take on the airplane traveling for Thanksgiving week. And it got me good. I started laughing. You're not allowed to take gravy on the plane, Callis.
Really?
Can't take gravy. Can't take liquids on the plane, even still in larger quantities, because they're afraid that it could be a bomb or something. One of those liquid bombs. I don't know.
I had too much toothpaste one time.
They wouldn't let you have the toothpaste on?
Correct.
It said you are allowed to bring casseroles. Not kidding. And so what I'm wondering here is under what circumstances would somebody be traveling with a casserole as a carry-on?
Yeah, just already prepared casserole.
My deal is, let's say we had family coming up from, I don't know, southern West Virginia for the, I guess that wouldn't work. You're not going to hop on a bird. Let's say you got family coming up from Tallahassee, Florida, just to name a town. Aunt Vicky's coming. And we love her casserole. I don't think if we want her there for Thanksgiving, we're making her bake the casserole at her house in Florida, carry the damn thing onto a plane, get off in Pittsburgh, and pop the bad boy in the oven for a couple of different reasons. Number one, do we love Aunt Vicky or do we not love Aunt Vicky? Do we love her for her or do we love her for her casserole? Number two, I don't want plain casserole. Plane. I don't want that sitting there in the cabin with all the circulating air. Who the hell needs that?
What do you carry that in, too? You just have
It's a great question.
You just have a
backpack
or
do you put it in like one of these vacuum sealed pouches and then you put it in a suitcase and you have it as a check bag? You don't need to bring casserole on the plane. Let's all do our part. Let's get Aunt Vicky up here a day or two early. Let's let her use the basement oven that we all got in Pittsburgh next to the Pittsburgh potty. Let her come make her casserole a day early. Ain't no reason nobody needs to be getting on a plane flying with a casserole. Like, what the hell is that? When would that ever come up? It must be the world's greatest casserole. But we aim to inform here on the Fan Morning Show, you are allowed, if you so choose, to bring a casserole. TSA will allow it.
I mean,
like some green bean casserole. Just flying 5 hours on a bird.
Just to play.
Spirit Airlines.
I guess not even devil's advocate, but just to provide, I don't know, perspective. I mean, is there a casserole that's so good? I mean, I know North Carolina, I flew there as a adjunct flight to get me to Texas when my sister lived there.
Sure.
North Carolina is only a 45-minute flight. I mean, if you have somebody from North Carolina that wants to fly in, and they make the specific best casserole, and you want them to fly in the day of Thanksgiving,
I guess you're flying in the
maybe.
casserole.
I mean,
it might still be hot.
I still don't know how you're going to carry that thing.
Right. Do you need oven mitts? Presumably you want it as fresh as possible. You take it right out the oven. You got TSA pre-check. You're running like Macaulay Culkin's family through the airport and Home Alone. You're trying to get that thing to Pittsburgh as warm as possible.
I guess the flight would be about 45 minutes, but all the all the precautions you have to take and the pre-things you have to go through.
Well, there's so much to this.
It'd probably be 3 hours between when you get to the airport and when you actually get wherever you need to be in Pittsburgh.
You know what? There's a lot to unpack here. There really is. And this was 8 seconds of my walk in this morning, and it said, no gravy on the plane, but you are allowed casserole. And the texters doing what we always expect the texters to do, particularly on the pre-show. We love our listeners. You guys add to the show.
They're participating.
We are thankful for you. Let us be the among the first, as Chris Berman always says, let us be among the first to wish you a very happy Thanksgiving and safe travels to all of you. So, if you are coming on with a hot casserole, aren't you pissed off if you're on this plane? like it either smells really good or you're like, dang, that smells nasty, and we got to fly with this warm, smelly casserole. The other texter, and this is a good one, they're definitely referring to flying with leftovers. That's valid.
Sure.
You could be bringing the leftovers home. But yes. I just can't imagine sitting on a plane, like I got the window seat, and someone shuffles into the middle seat there, right? And you're just cramped side by side with them, and on their lap, they've got a casserole dish or some Tupperware filled up with the Thanksgiving leftovers. Those are going to smell too.
Who?
You can't bring You should not bring leftovers from Thanksgiving on a plane.
No. Who wants leftovers anymore? Either.
Oh.
It's just a hassle.
Bad take.
Bad take?
Because the other topic, because we do prepare tirelessly for the pre-show, that I wrote down is, what's better, the day of Thanksgiving meal or the leftover meal?
I'm not saying that leftovers is bad. And I just mean, like, if I'm flying to Thanksgiving, which I've never done, so I guess I don't have that perspective, but why would I want to take an immense amount of casserole with me? If I'm with you on that. You want to pack some turkey.
I'm with you on that. If you are traveling for Thanksgiving, I think part and parcel with that comes the realization that, hey, I'm not going to be able to bring leftovers home.
Because we've established that it would be a pain in the ass to take a casserole on a plane, right? To be able to pack it, carry it. So if you're flying to and from Thanksgiving, why would you want the burden of leftovers while you're traveling? That's my question.
Yeah, I think you just punt. I think at that point you're like, you know what, I'm not going to do it.
If you're driving home, yeah, you take leftovers.
Absolutely you do.
But
texter, our family went up to Boston for a wedding. My great aunt made dozens of cookies. That was her carry-on. She did get some weird looks. See, I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Cookies are different. No one dislikes the smell of cookies. However, you have to be wary of the nut allergy. Be careful. A lot of people are very allergic to nuts.
There can be nuts in casserole, too.
Great point by you. A little almond in the green beans. You ever done that? A little shaved almonds in the green bean casserole? Yeah.
I haven't recently, though. My brother-in-law is allergic to nuts.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he's probably not able to sit next to you at the dinner.
He could have a severe reaction. Well, I just think we don't make it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, okay.
Texter, can you bring a full-size turkey on the plane, though? It's a great question.
That's a great question.
Probably not.
A full-size turkey? You know, you could hide
I've been brining this thing for 48 hours.
Not even that. No, you could probably hide some stuff in a turkey. If you can stuff stuffing in a turkey, what else could you stuff in a turkey to hide?
That's a great point.
As you transport it.
That's a great point.
Oh, boy.
TSA, you got to slide
the turkey.
Yeah, slide the full bird through.
Well, we see through the turkey. What is this object? We got to step aside here. We got to reach in your turkey and find out whatever this is.
Here's what we need to do. We need to get Ben Tenuta, who is our social media maven and video guy and grand poobah of all things Odyssey. We need him to get the aisle seat. We need me to get the middle seat. And then film me next to some poor soul who's got the window seat, just going to town with plastic utensils on some Thanksgiving leftovers and just see what the reaction is around the plane.
Don't they have airplane-specific food? Like, are you allowed to eat?
Yeah, but
I mean, it's not space.
Stuff that you buy in the airport, you can eat on the plane.
See, I didn't realize.
Like, if you buy a water after you check in, you can bring that on the plane.
I mean, that's water, though. I mean, we're talking like
anything like that. Okay. I think if you buy it in the airport, you can bring it on the plane. I think. I also think that the leftovers the day after Thanksgiving are better even than Thanksgiving dinner itself. I love making a turkey sandwich with gravy and stuffing and some mashed potatoes lining it and just going to absolute town. Oh, yeah. Texter, who wants to eat turkey that was run through the metal detector machines at the Gross Airport? Yeah, it's
exactly. That's kind of
what we're getting at, yeah. Someone texts in, don't judge, it could be Grandma's last casserole. Oh, man.
Grandma. Really?
Yeah, my grandma died. She will not be at Thanksgiving, and it's something we're going to have to come to terms with, and I didn't want to think about it here in the morning.
Oh. Did she ever make anything nice?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, big-time cooker back in the day. Been a while. She was 96 when she passed, so she wasn't cooking a bunch. Probably the last 6 or 7 years, if I had to guess the time. Now I'm going to cry. Texter, I'll spend the money. The turkey and sides are getting their own seats out of respect for other flyers and my own sanity. You do the thing. Do you do the Bobby Valentine? Do you put you put glasses with a mustache on the turkey? It's in the seat next to you. Texter, I've taken a dozen wings on a plane to Jamaica once.
What?
I could see a dozen wings coming back from Jamaica. Were you doing the Bob Marley thing? Maybe smoke a little reefer? Yeah, sure. Why not bring a dozen chicken wings on the plane? Texter, this is the king text of the morning. What is better than a cold turkey sandwich, salt, pepper, mayo on toasted Mancini's bread? How about Saloni's Italian bread? Bang.
Yeah, I can't have Awaken 180.
I think for 2 days you can.
You're right. You know what? You're right.
Dive right in, man.
They taught me where to cheat a little bit. Bread's still gonna crush me, but I probably could have mayo. If
you all natural mayo, if you are kicking butt on your new lifestyle for 360 days out of the year, even 355, and you splurge a little on the holidays, you're good, buddy. You're good.
I'm terrified though. I don't want to gain weight again.
Texter, why does Harry sound like he's singing a song when he's laughing? Oh, man. Texter, hey, if you guys want to help out, make this announcement. Butler Street in Lawrenceville from 62nd Street Bridge all the way to the zoo, the power's out. And remind people to stop at a red light. It's like a stop. That's Mike in the car, pissed off that nobody knows how to drive. We got you, buddy. Man, he must be stopped if he's texting, and if not, shame on you.
Someone almost hit me in my van yesterday, speaking of cars.
Really?
I stopped, and this dude was making a hard right around this bend at the light, and I pulled out because I thought, okay, the speed limit's 25.
Yeah.
And he was going not 25. Barely missed.
You ever been in a significant car accident?
I have.
Oh.
I totaled my first vehicle that I ever drove exclusively, and I didn't own it. It was
your fault or somebody else's?
Oh, my fault. Yeah, this big truck was going by, and I was driving this compact sedan, and the truck survived, just with some axle problems. My car was totaled, though. The whole front was gone. I still have pictures if you want to see them. Later on, not
I
right
do.
now.
I'm happy you're okay.
Yeah, I'm good. No, I wasn't.
It really is, to bring this back to a serious level and not talk about my grandma, massive travel week. Everybody just don't be in a rush. Don't be in a rush. Go the speed limit. Just be careful. Everyone wants to get to Thanksgiving healthy and happy. So be careful out there. That's all. What's NHC? Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yes.
Put that together real slow. Thanksgiving is the perfect cheat day for Nicholas Harry Callis. One day of perfect food won't take away from what you've been doing all year. Treat yourself.
But see, my problem is, and this is why I like having coaches with Awaken 180, my problem is when I give myself permission one day turns to 2.
Slippery slope.
2 days turn to 5.
Yeah.
5 days turn to 7, and then weeks turn into months.
Some advice? Don't do that.
Oh, yeah, that's why I like having the coaching, but that's why I just panic.
I'm coaching you. Bang, for free. Don't let that happen. I did cardio yesterday. I'm going to do some today, do some tomorrow, do some Thursday. Haven't done cardio in a long time.
That's so interesting, yeah.
Back on. Okay. Texter, Doran, please come back. Yeah, because we wouldn't be having exactly the same conversation if Doran were here.
Doran would just say,
we'd be
Doran
having the exact same conversation.
Doran would probably just elaborate more on how he cooks himself and what he makes, I'm sure. Right?
Yes.
Because he smokes during the summer and cooks during the winter.
That's right. Well, he's smoking a turkey.
Oh, he's smoking the turkey, too.
He's smoking a turkey and he's frying
I would
a turkey.
love to taste that.
He brought in some last year. It really is just, he brought in a smoked, he brought in a fried, and it was outstanding.
Oh.
Yeah. Are you working Thursday, Friday?
No.
Okay, good. Do we know who's in? I know Donnie, and I know on Thursday it's Donnie and intern Dom holding down the fort.
Yeah, intern Dom, 5 to 10. And then Friday,
TBD.
Dom again.
Who's hosting? We know?
Friday is, it doesn't say.
Very good. It might just be intern Dom. He'll fire up some takes for you. Texter, for anyone who wants to make a drinking game out of the pre-show, anytime Harry mentions his van, take a shot. No, you'd be dead. It's also 6 a.m., so don't make a drinking show. Now, if you want to, you can listen to the pre-show later on the podcast feed or on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, your Odyssey app, and you could do a drinking game, yes.
Do you think I would ask my family to have Thanksgiving in my van? Of course not. Are we going to watch 13-9 in the van this weekend? Yes.
And we're all drunk. All right, coming up in 30 seconds, the big takeaways from last night's Ravens victory over the Los Angeles Chargers. Got my head swimming, got my head spinning. We'll get to that next. We're going to have a great show today, a fun show today. Jason Mackey at 8 o'clock, Jeff Hathorn at 7, Jason Lock-on-4 at 9:35, and a lot of you. Let's all hang out together this Thanksgiving week. Back in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Contest rules. Go to 937thefan.com/rules.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
End zone. Catch is made. Touchdown Andrews, and now they're saying no catch.
Yeah, but it was a catch, and we can do this after every single big game in the NFL and college basketball, whatever sport you love. Oh, there's a big play. Are they going to make a call? Does the big play stand? Well, that one did. Mark Andrews with a touchdown. All Lamar Jackson does is beat teams other than the Steelers, and Harb Bowl 3 goes to John with Jim the Lehu Zahur. Did you guys know they're brothers? Did you know that, Callis? The Harbaughs are brothers?
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw somebody tweet out before the game, massive scandal in the NFL. John Harbaugh's dad screwed Jim Harbaugh's mom. Good game. Great game, actually. Fun game to watch. I'm a little bleary-eyed after having consumed it. That's exactly how we'll all feel on Thursday about 5, 6 in the evening. A little bleary-eyed, a little tired, a little bloated. And I came away with some takeaways after that game. And we'll get to them in a minute. But you know that TikTok where the dude looks at the number on the screen and it says 8,005 or whatever it is, 80,005, and says everything reminds me of her, and it's because the numbers spell out boobs, and then he goes through occasional day-to-day tasks that all remind him of her. No matter where I turn, no matter what I do, I can't stop thinking about the Steelers' loss to the Browns. And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer this morning. I don't. I was yesterday. We certainly were on Friday, and for good reason. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, so we'll get through this portion real quick. This is why it sucks real bad that the Steelers coughed up the Browns game. It does. You can't get away from it. You'd be one win away if you took care of business against a 4-7 Bengals team from being up 2 games with the tiebreaker on the Ravens in the AFC North. You wouldn't have it all sewed up, but you'd really have it mostly sewed up. But you go and you lose. And losing a division game on a Thursday night in the snow on the road isn't unforgivable. It's the way that it happened. It was the coaching malpractice. It was that they weren't ready from the start. That really bugs me. And we're going to have to turn the page, and we're going to have to move on. But me thinks this is going to stick in our craw the rest of the year. It's going to affect whether or not the Steelers win the AFC North. It's going to affect playoff seeding, and it just out and out stinks. But let's ask the obvious question now. At 412-928-9370, we want you to participate all day long because there's no Doran, and we'd want you to participate anyhow. Who wins the AFC North? 412-928-9370. The Steelers do still have the inside track. If you lose against the Bengals, you'll be tied with Baltimore, but you did beat Baltimore, so you will have the tiebreaker. So you do have the inside track. The Ravens, the rest of the way, they have a tough schedule. I wouldn't say it's as difficult as the Steelers. Eagles next, with Philadelphia playing tremendous ball. Now, Baltimore tends to clean up with Lamar Jackson against the NFC, but that is a titanic matchup. And even though the game's in Baltimore, I'm going to guess the Eagles will be a slight favorite. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I'll look that up in a moment. But that's a tough one for the Ravens. Then they go on the road. They play the Giants without Daniel Jones. World's smallest violin plays. He's now a free agent. If you're interested, Steelers fans, in a backup safety, go get that guy. They'll then play the Steelers at M&T Bank Stadium. Christmas at the Texans, which, my God, guys, put your feet up. You got ball all day on Christmas. Steelers, Chiefs at 1. And then after that, a big matchup for Pittsburgh, Baltimore and Houston. And then the Ravens finish up at home against the Cleveland Brownies. Steelers the rest of the way. You know their schedule. At the Bengals, and they're a dog. Ravens at home. At Philly, where they haven't won since 1965. At Baltimore, seething to beat you. At their place, you will be a dog in that game, no matter what your record has been in the last 9 against the Ravens. Then you got the Chiefs on Christmas. All they do is win, no matter what. And then you wrap up with the Cincinnati Bengals. So there are the schedules. Who wins the North? 412-928-9370. Do you have faith that the Steelers are going to win the division championship? 412-928-9370. That's topic number 1, and I'd love to discuss it with you. I think, and God, this is such an easy way out, I think it all comes down, frankly, to this Bengals game. You win this Bengals game, all of a sudden, you are 2-1 in the division. You're a game up on Baltimore with the tiebreaker. You're, I think, going to beat the Browns at Acrisure Stadium. In fact, I'm guaranteeing that. You're going to be sitting there at 10-3. Meanwhile, you're already a game up on Baltimore if you take care of business against Cincinnati, and they got to play the Eagles. I think if you beat Cincy, you win the division. I just don't feel great about them beating Cincy. They're going to have to score points. They're going to have to probably win a shootout. I thought that might be the case with Baltimore. I really think that's going to be the case against the Bengals. So that's question number 1, and we got some phone calls coming in already, 412-928-9370. We'll talk to you about that in a second. Question number 2, if the season ended today, the Steelers would play the Chargers in the first round of the playoffs, and no matter who you play, it's going to be tough. Steelers haven't won a playoff game in 7 years. You know that. But I'll tell you, I don't want any part of these Chargers. I know they lost last night, but their defense is very good. Justin Herbert quietly now having a wonderful season. They've basically asked him to be a game manager until after the bye, and now he's taking deep shots down the field. Problem is his receiving core, Herbert's, stinks. I think Quentin Johnson had 3 drops last night. Ladd McConkey's a fine player. Is he a good player? Probably. Is he a great player? Absolutely not. But they can play defense. They can run the ball. And then when they break glass in case of emergency, Justin Herbert's a tough animal. And you didn't have to deal with 60 minutes of Herbert when they came to Acrisure Stadium earlier on in the year. If you did, maybe you lose that football game. Maybe not. But there's definitely a bigger chance that you lose the game. I want the Steelers to win the AFC North, and I want the Steelers to play the Ravens at Acrisure Stadium. That is the preferred path. That is the preferred matchup for me. You've owned those guys. 8 out of 9. Lamar turns into Tyler Huntley, basically, when he plays the Pittsburgh Steelers. John Harbaugh turns into Urban Meyer in the NFL when he plays the Pittsburgh Steelers. You're in their head. Even if the Ravens, as a good team, are able to beat you at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore, and they feel like they got the monkey off the back, the second that they walk into Acrisure Stadium for a playoff game and those terrible towels are swirling, I think Lamar starts seeing ghosts. I think Harbaugh starts out-coaching himself. I don't think that they can get over the bugaboo of the Pittsburgh Steelers just simply by beating them in Baltimore towards the end of this regular season. So that will be my preferred team to face. And if not Baltimore, it wouldn't be the worst thing for the Steelers not to win the division and then play the Houston Texans. I think the Steelers match up really well with Houston. The interior of their offensive line is as bad as we've seen in the NFL in a long time. Hello, Kendrick Green. How you doing? They give up immense pressure, snap after snap, right up the middle. I don't care how good C.J. Stroud is. If Cam Hayward's in his lap the entire game, you ain't winning. So I'd like to play Baltimore, first choice. Second choice, honestly, might be going on the road and playing Houston. Wouldn't hate Bo Nix in Denver coming here. They're going to be a tougher out than they were early on in the season. Bo Nix is playing good football. Sean Payton, don't like the guy, but he deserves a ton of credit for what he's done. Wouldn't hate them walking up into Acrisure Stadium. That's probably how I'd order it. Play the Ravens at home, wild card weekend, or go on the road to Houston and have Cam Hayward whoop up on Kendrick Green, or Bo Nix walks up in here. What say you? 412-928-9370. Will the Steelers win the AFC North? 412-928-9370. Let's discuss over the course of the first half hour or so. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. And you can ring us on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll have those conversations when we come back. Also, did the Steelers make a mistake this offseason? Yeah, they didn't get Brandon Ayuk. I'm not talking about that. Did they make a mistake? Why did last night have me asking that question? We'll get to that when we come back as well. First, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Baltimore Ravens beat the Los Angeles Chargers last night, and now the Ravens have 8 wins on the season. They're 8-4. Steelers are 8-3. So right now they both have the same win total. It's just that loss that separates the two right now. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 12/28, in-store only.
Beat the Black Friday rush and shop Thanksgiving Day savings at Lowe's. For one day only, get up to 60% off online-only deals. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get early access to Black Friday doorbusters, like the Cobalt Mini Toolbox for just $12.98. Join for free today, because Lowe's knows deals. Thanksgiving Day event, valid 11/28, only on Lowe's.com. Member-only doorbusters and midnight Eastern. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change while supplies last.
Clouds and sun today, the high 47.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Milo's Rewards members beat the rush at Lowe's. Join Milo's Rewards for free and get exclusive access to Black Friday doorbusters on Thanksgiving Day, online only. It's the perfect chance to score big deals on the things you need, like the Amana top-load washer. Was $629, now just $298. Shop before these savings are gone, because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 11/28, only on Lowe's.com. Member-only doorbusters and midnight Eastern. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change while supplies last.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. For the most part, Harbaugh Bowl 3 lived up to its advanced hype last night. Now, ultimately, Baltimore's dynamic duo of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry were too much for the Chargers' statistically stout defense to handle. The Ravens rolled up 212 rushing yards en route to a 30-23 victory. John third over his younger brother, Jim. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush, building a bit. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam looking at jam traffic now on the inbound Parkway East, right around Edgewood Swissvale, heading to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West mainly steady to the Fort Pitt tunnels. And if you're heading out toward the airport, that's a clean ride there from the tunnels out toward that Pittsburgh Airport off-ramp. Meanwhile, Route 28, that is looking good for you from Harmer to the north side. The HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
During the break, I just did a thing. I like to scroll through Facebook. It's the only time I ever look at Facebook is here in the studio. I don't have it at my home. I don't have it on my phone. I don't want to get sucked in. But from time to time here in the office, Facebook. Someone posted a positive COVID test picture. You know, people used to do that. I guess people still do that. And I said, congratulations, I thought they were pregnant. And then I had to delete it. I thought it was a...
Oh, wow.
Thought it was a positive pregnancy test. Sorry about that.
People will post anything on Facebook.
They will. That's why I thought, oh, hey, they peed on a stick and they're going to have a kid. Congratulations to you. It seems really early to announce, but hey, congrats. Like I said, bleary-eyed from watching last night's Chargers and Ravens game. If you missed it, the Ravens did beat the Chargers. Steelers now a half game up on Baltimore for division supremacy. And the question is this: who wins the AFC North, the Steelers or the Ravens? 412-928-9370. We'll go to the phones in a moment. Rocky, among others, waiting patiently online. You can also text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A texter says the hardest part of the schedule is now. I hope the Steelers do win the division. Look, that's not wrong, but let's try to slice it in a positive fashion, right? You got the 4-7 Bengals. Actually, let's just take the team names out of it, right? Let's do nameless gray faces. So you've got a 4-7 team, followed up by a 3-8 team. Then, yeah, you got to go to a place in Philly where they're hot as heck and you haven't won since 1965. That's probably not going to happen. But it's an NFC game. I think that's the toughest game remaining for the Steelers, is on the road at Philly. That team is cooking. Saquon Barkley is out of his mind at 300 yards from scrimmage. But it's an NFC game, and while it matters, they all do, it matters less than the rest of the games on the schedule. So whatever. Then you go and you play a team you've won 8 out of 9 games against. You've owned. And then you're going to play a 4-7 team again. So if you think about it that way, and then you got the Chiefs in there, but they're beatable. Is it really hard? Yeah, sure. But when you think about it, 4-7 and 3-8, I mean, 3 of your final 6 games are against teams that are 3 or more games under 500. If the Steelers don't win the division, and I've already said it wouldn't be the worst thing if you play Houston on the road to open the playoffs, but if they don't win the division, isn't it a massive disappointment when you consider the rest of their schedule? I know it's hard. I know you got 3 games in 11 days. But 4-7, 3-8, and then you wrap up the season against a team that's not going to be in the playoffs in Cincinnati. They're not. They're not making it. I'm telling you right now, they're not in. They're not getting there. They're going to fold it up like a cheap suit. T. Higgins ain't going to play the last game of the season. Trey Hendrickson's not going to play the last game of the season. Jamar Chase might not play the last game of the season. If Joe Burrow plays the last game of the season, Zach Taylor's smoking crack. Win these 3 games, that gets you to 11. I think that gets you in. Baltimore game obviously looms large, but create some distance there. Win the division, or really it's a massive disappointment. Massive. You win this game, you're up a full game on Baltimore. Go get it done. 412-928-9370. But that's not the question. The question's not, is it a massive disappointment? The question is, who wins the AFC North? I think the Cincinnati game's going to have a lot to say about it. I think if you win against Cincinnati, you win the division. If you don't, tight bum time. Rocky and Blawnox, good morning.
Crawley, how are you, man?
I'm doing great, man. How about you?
I'm tired. I'm about halfway through Tennessee. I've been driving all night listening to you guys on the Odyssey app.
Oh, my gosh. Well, thank you for doing that, first of all. In Tennessee, takes forever to get through, doesn't it?
Oh, my God. It doesn't matter if you're going north to south, east to west.
Did you have to go through West Virginia first?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
That's another long one. You wouldn't think it, but it takes you forever to get through West Virginia.
Where the men are men and the sheep are scared. Am I right?
Damn it, Rocky. Give me a Steelers take.
Hey, real quick. I'll get it back on the Steelers. The reason I'm heading down south.
Uh-huh.
I got a cousin who lives in Duria, PA. I don't know if you know where that's at. That's where the Tops factory is.
Yeah, sure. It's where the Tops factory is.
Yeah. Funny. He's a maintenance man out there. He got a little birdie that told him, you know that Skeens card everybody's getting all worked up about?
Yes.
Yeah, apparently it's being shipped to a state that begins with the letter A. So here's my plan. I'm going to hit up
Alabama.
Yeah, he'll work over to
Nailed it.
Arkansas. Texas is going to be a grind, and then I'm going to hit a quick flight up to, I got some Southwest points I got built up.
Hold up, Rocky. Like, you're not joking. Like, you are really traveling state to state trying to get this Skeens card.
So I don't know if you remember a call from a couple months ago. I got some kids, and I haven't been the best dad. I'm looking to make it up to my boy. You know what I mean? He's had a tough year. He was held back in 6th grade, but I owe it to him. I owe it to him.
Rocky, I love that. I love that you're doing that for your boy. And by the way, if you get held back in school, you can wind up hosting a highly successful radio show. Tell your kid that, okay?
Really? So I didn't know Mueller was held back. Hey, real quick. I'll get back on topic. Ravens are going to win. Steelers are going to finish third in the North. Are you from Pittsburgh? You got this Eastern PA thing going on.
I don't know what's happening to me. Yes, I'm from Pittsburgh.
How you don't sound like a Yinzer, man. How did you go through training for that? How does that?
It's Lebo. They beat that out of you as you grow up.
Lebo. That must be walking to school. It probably happens.
That's right. They it's the polo shirts that you fold up to your ears. That'll do it.
You pop the collar, right?
Exactly.
You do the pop collar. Yeah. All right. Well, third. Steelers third. Ravens first. Brown. I don't know. Brown. No. Bengals.
Get the hell out of here. At worst, they're finishing second, Rocky.
No, are you serious right now? Man, take off the. You're like that one guy with that Steeler eyeball.
Rocky.
I mean, all he sees is
Rocky. They got a 5-game lead on the Browns, and they have
Bengals. Bengals are going to go on a little rip.
They got a 4-game lead on the Bengals. Get out of here. Safe travels, and seriously, man, all the best to you. Good luck.
Happy Thanksgiving, Adam.
You too, buddy. That's Rocky from Blawnox, who's somewhere in Tennessee.
Can I play devil's advocate with Rocky here for a second? Because
Sure.
I do love making you upset. I think you can't blindly look at teams and say their record is just a record, because the players on the team have the potential to execute at weird times.
No doubt. You just lost to the Browns, for God's sakes.
I get that, but it's like, that's what I'm saying, though. So
Yeah,
it's like
I know.
You can't just do nameless gray faces team.
Okay, but my point is this. If I'd have told Yins, there you go, Rocky. There's a little Yinzer for you. If I'd have told Yins before the season that the Steelers start 8-3, and in their final 6 games that everyone said was going to be the toughest stretch in the history of American football, you would have 3 games remaining. 2 of them against a team that at the beginning of the stretch is 4-7, and 1 of them is 3-8. And I would tell you that you've also got a lead in the division. I think everyone signs up for it. So as bad as that loss was on Thursday, it is still all right in front of the Steelers. And I think people would have signed up for that, Callis. Like, coming into the season, when you looked at these final 6 games, you're thinking, okay, Cincinnati's probably a Super Bowl contender. Cleveland had better odds to win the division than the Steelers. and then you've got Philly and the Chiefs and the Ravens. You wouldn't have thought that there'd be a lull at any point there.
I think that the apprehension comes from if they perform like they are this season, which they've won a lot of games, but they've also had a lot of close games, and they've lost to teams that they should win against. I mean, how are they going to do against superior competition when playoff time comes around?
I get that.
That's my biggest apprehension is we're going to go through another year of, oops, this team's really good in the playoffs, and the Steelers are like, they're kind of good, but they're not that good, and they're going to lose.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, and I think the Thursday loss to the Browns has everyone feeling about past Steelers seasons. Oh, the Steelers lost to a below 500 team on the road. What else is new? That's the quote-unquote Tomlin loss, and those teams generally that have stubbed their toe in that way don't win playoff games. So I get that. I do. But I think you still, regardless of that loss, and I'm not giving them a pass, it was a terrible loss, you would have before the season signed up for exactly where they are right now, especially knowing now that the Bengals ain't what we thought they'd be and the Browns sure as heck aren't what we thought they'd be. 412-928-9370. We're having good, lively chats this morning, and we'd love you to be a part of it. If you can't call in, you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can also go to the Odyssey app and leave us voice messages. It's super easy to do, where you listen to us on the chaptering feature, upper right-hand corner. It says, leave a voice message. And so we'd love for you to do that. I said I would tell you a move the Steelers didn't make this offseason, and I would tell you whether or not it was a good or bad move. Well, so we saw what Derrick Henry did last night and what he continues to do. We saw what Saquon Barkley did. And we've also seen what Josh Jacobs has done. And this guy, Jimmy Trammell, he's in the sports media industry. He tweeted out, the previous employers of Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, and Josh Jacobs surveyed the landscape and decided not to prioritize keeping alpha running backs. Now they rank 1, 2, 3 among NFL rushing leaders for teams that collectively are 24-9, and the teams that let them walk are a collective 7-26. So the question is Najee Harris close enough to that group that you feel stupid now not having picked up the fifth-year option? And my answer to that question is no. I think you're getting the best possible version of Najee right now because he's got that dangling carrot in front of him. Maybe you approach him after the season about getting something done. Maybe not. I don't think that I would. I think I would roll the dice moving forward with Jaylen Warren and then either a free agent or a drafted running back. I just don't put him in that category with those three guys. I think the Steelers have played that exactly right. Lil Birdie told me yesterday, though, by the way, that Najee's struggles in the game against Cleveland, it ain't O-line related. It ain't weather related. He's really banged up. He's dealing with a substantial ankle injury, and he's going to keep playing on it. But if you're wondering why Najee didn't have the burst he had in the previous 5 games, in the last game, it's because he's really, really banged up. We'll see if Mike Tomlin addresses that today in his press conference. All right, your call's coming up next, 412-928-9370. Are the Steelers going to win the AFC North? I think it all comes down, weirdly, to this Bengals game. And who would you like to see the Steelers play in the first round of the playoffs? Assuming, of course, they make it. I don't want to see the Chargers. 412-928-9370. And I have a not-so-hot, but maybe kind of hot Thanksgiving take. I'll drop onions as well. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Baltimore Ravens beat the Los Angeles Chargers on Monday Night Football last night. Makes the Ravens have 8 wins now on the season. Steelers also have 8 wins, so they're right around the top of the division. The only thing that separates them is that the Steelers have 3 losses. The Ravens, they have 4. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Permane Brothers just upgraded their screens and sports streams, so now those legendary sandwiches come stacked high with fries, slaw, and a huge helping of sports. They've even got NFL Sunday Ticket to show you more games than ever. Plus, there's great deals on food and drinks like domestic pitchers for $9.99 and big slices of pizza for just $1.99. So stop by, watch the game, and feast on all your game day favorites and ice-cold beers. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Fall is here, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With luxury details like heated leather seats, panoramic sunroof, and state-of-the-art infotainment system, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited is the ultimate fall adventure companion. Right now, lease the Crosstrek Sport from Bowser Subaru for only $297 per month. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. VIN number L 613831 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year with $2,990 due at signing. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends November 30th. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. That's a full year of AAA's legendary roadside assistance for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll also receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. AAA will always be there if they're locked out of their car, need a tow, run out of gas, have a flat tire, or need a new battery. AAA has them covered as a driver or passenger in any car, not just their own. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift to receive this special radio offer. That's AAA.com/gift to give a gift membership today and receive a free $20 gift card for yourself. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
Winter cheers from the brewers at Bell's Brewery. Ring in the holidays with Michigan's finest. Offerings include, but are not limited to, Bell's Oberon Eclipse, a citrus wheat beer to brighten up those dark winter nights. Bell's Special Double Cream Stout, velvety smooth and incredibly rich. Bell's Christmas Ale, a robust and warming traditional Scottish-style ale. And don't forget to grab the latest Bell's Hearted IPA Variety 12-pack for your next party or family gathering. Enjoy all of these great seasonal treats from Bell's Brewery. Available at better beer retailers throughout Western Pennsylvania. Cheers.
Discover unbeatable value at Giant Eagle with deals for days. Stock up on delicious dips and appetizers to fresh bakery treats and more. These special prices are available for a limited time. Don't miss out on the chance to make your gatherings unforgettable. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up. you can go farther and save on full synthetic with our oil change special. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Valvoline Advanced Full Synthetic with an STP Extended Life oil filter for just $33.99. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Let's try to be optimistic here. There's only one game I look at on the Steelers' schedule and say, they ain't winning. And it's the NFL. They can win any game. But if we're being realistic, they're not going to Philly and beating a team that's super hot right now in a place where they haven't won since 1965. It's not going to happen. But can they go on the road and beat Cincy? Sure, they're 4-7. Should they win at home against Cleveland? Yes, and I expect them to. Kansas City, not infallible. Baltimore, you've won 8 out of 9. And then Cincy again? It's a tough end-of-the-season schedule, no doubt, and not just because of who they play, but when they play them. Cincinnati coming off a bye week here, so that doesn't help you. Going to Philly, it's on the road, that's tough. And then you turn right around and play on a Saturday against Baltimore. So short rest after a physical game against a physical team in Philly. And then you got to turn right around. And people were scared because you have to play Cleveland after playing Baltimore on a short week. And now you got to play Kansas City after playing the Ravens. Short week. It's tough. Wait a second. I thought I was trying to be optimistic. Will the Steelers win the AFC North, or do you think the Ravens win it? Big C in Florida. Hello.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh, you got it, buddy. What's up?
Hey, listen, man, I just want to touch on something you stated yesterday. You called, the Steelers' loss to the Browns an anomaly. That's not an anomaly. The definition of an anomaly is something abnormal.
Right. I actually, just to clarify, Big C, and I'll let you go. I'll let you finish, I should say. I didn't say it was an anomaly. I asked, was it an anomaly, or do you think it's a sign of things to come?
I got you. I apologize for that.
No, you're good.
They play down to the competition teams with below 500 records. I am concerned that playing, the Bengals twice and then the Ravens and then the Browns again, I'm not optimistic about it at all. They're going to probably split with the Bengals, probably going to lose to the Ravens, and then the Browns again. To me, I got to pick them. I'm not necessarily penciling in a win for them. So
you think Baltimore's going to win the AFC North then, huh, Big C?
I think Baltimore has a better track because of the way the Steelers play down to the competition, and I don't think that. Putting up points. Russell Wilson hasn't looked the best the last few weeks. Not sure what's going on there with Arthur Smith. It reminds me of Dr. Bruce Banner in the Hawkins. He reverted back to, Matt Canada's style offense. I don't understand what happened there, but apparently they seem to have gone into cruise mode for some reason on offense. The middle of the field is wide open. I heard Cavalli yesterday said it's there for the Pickens. Why aren't they using Pickens for the Pickens? So what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think that's Russ's strength, and I don't think it ever has been. And that's why, while Arthur Smith is a good OC for Russell Wilson because of the boots, the waggles, the rollouts, things of that nature, the one thing Arthur Smith always has done is attack the middle of the field, and they've done it a little bit. Russell Wilson's never been that guy. He's too short. I mean, that's just the reality. I remember when Mike Vick was the Steelers' backup quarterback, and he wasn't attacking the middle of the field at all, and it's because he couldn't see. Can't see the middle of the field, not a big guy. So I wouldn't expect that to change. Now, they do need to attack the intermediate levels more than they have. No question about it. But are you going to see them all of a sudden become this offense that attacks the middle of the field over and over again? No, I don't think so. As for playing down to the Bengals, I don't think the Steelers view the Bengals as a 4-7 team. I think they don't even consider that. I think they think about Joe Burrow and T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Hendrickson and Zach Taylor, and a team that a couple of years ago was in the Super Bowl. I don't think they're taking the Bengals lightly, I'll put it that way. Derek in Dallas, hello.
Hey, what's going on, guys, man? I think the Steelers have a high probable chance of winning the division. People aren't looking at Baltimore's schedule. Baltimore plays the same 3-game in 11 days. They still got to play Houston. They still got to play Philly, and they still got to play the Steelers. So why can they afford? They can't afford to lose games either. It's going to be a grudge match down to the end. We got a lot of division games, and Baltimore still got to play Cleveland, who beat them as well. So it's just going to be a matter of who executes and who comes out to play.
I'm with you. I understand where you're coming from, Derek, but the differences are this. Like, I don't think Houston is going to beat Baltimore. I think Houston's good. I think Baltimore's a cut above. And it's a massive difference for Baltimore against Philly. Baltimore gets them at M&T Bank, and Baltimore gets them coming off of their bye. Meanwhile, the Steelers play Philly on the road after a divisional game. So I think Baltimore's schedule, while difficult, is actually easier than Pittsburgh's. And thank you for the call. That's why this Cincy game is huge. It's massive. Get up a full game in the division. And you hope that Baltimore does lose against the Eagles. But you win this game, you've got a full game lead, you've got the tiebreaker for now over Baltimore. You feel much, much better about it. You lose this game to Cincy, it's going to be tight coming down the stretch, and it'll all ultimately come down to that game probably against the Ravens in Baltimore. 412-928-9370. Your calls all morning long. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, is going to join us coming up at 7 o'clock. But up next, the Bengals have a scheduling advantage this week as they've been off. Perhaps they have another advantage up their sleeve. What is it? We'll tell you when we come back. But first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ravens won yesterday over the Los Angeles Chargers and have reached 8 wins. They're just behind the Steelers, though. They're 8-4. The Steelers are 8-3. More fan headlines. Go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. I just found out that Daisy Sour Cream launched French onion and ranch sour cream dips, and I love dips. I've talked about it a million times here on the show. And these new dips from Daisy Sour Cream, well, they're a game changer. They taste just as good as if they were homemade. Great thing is you don't have to make them. They're made with Daisy Sour Cream. They're made with real herbs and spices, and the new dips from Daisy Sour Cream are made with ingredients you can find in your kitchen and nothing more. So do what I do on game day. Put the feet up, grab a bowl of chips, and reach for that Daisy Sour Cream French onion and ranch dip.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush picking up. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. This fall, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Cordell and Cordell traffic cam looking at the Parkway West. Volumes picking up. You're heavy from the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, mainly steady from the tunnels toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East, that's jammed up at Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while Route 28 is mainly steady. Across the river, though, seeing heavy traffic coming off of Washington Boulevard and heading over toward the Highland Park Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For healthy holiday recipes, visit @Awaken180 on all social channels. Free recipes showing you how tasty losing weight can be. Paige and all the Awaken 180 coaches want to wish you and your family a happy, healthy Thanksgiving.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Learn more at Viking.com.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Looking for a rewarding and exciting career? Consider joining the Allegheny County Police Department. With a competitive salary and excellent county benefits, the police department offers a unique opportunity to provide professional advice and protection to all citizens and visitors of Allegheny County. The current application period is open through February 3rd, 2025, with a written test for all applicants on February 15th. 2025. Apply online today at joinacpd.com. That's joinacpd.com.
Honey!
I'm coming. You found it.
Oh, I found it. Yes. It's expensive, but it's Christmas.
If they have it here, you know who else should have it?
Mac.bid?
Shh. Yes. I'm checking the app. Oh, way cheaper. And if I hit instant win, I can get it right now.
Do it.
Done. Let's have some fun.
What are you doing?
Hey, isn't this that gift everyone's looking for?
No! Run.
Christmas shopping at up to 80% off retail prices at Mac.bid and on the free app.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I promised a not-so-hot but potentially hot Thanksgiving take. We'll get to that coming up in the next hour. Even without Doran here, I'm still blowing off teases. We'll get to it, I promise. I'd also like to issue a correction because, hey, even without Doran here, I'm still wrong and a buffoon half the time. The Ravens play the Eagles this weekend, and I said it was after the Ravens bye. That is incorrect. So they're not going to get that advantage. In fact, they're actually going to play them on a slightly short week after playing yesterday against the Chargers. So we've cleaned all that up. Now, I said going to break that the Bengals have the advantage over the Steelers in this game because they're coming off a bye. Well, they've also got another one, Callis. Uh-oh. They're pulling out all the stops, Nick. Did you see this? The Bengals are adding ping pong tables to their locker room. And Zach Taylor, the head coach of the Bengals, said, yeah, just creating energy in the locker room. It's December football now. Need everyone to be at their best. Need everyone to have energy when they walk in the building. That creates some competitiveness. That'll fix it. They've woefully underperformed to this point at 4-7. Meanwhile, Joe Burrow having an MVP season. What's that tell you? It tells you the defense sucks. But you know what'll fix it? A little ping pong. Now, I remember when the Steelers went the opposite way with this. Back in 2013, Steelers started 0-4. The final game of that losing streak was against the Vikings in London. And the Steelers veterans said, we're not letting any players who have less than 4 years experience play ping pong. Not allowed to play table tennis if you're not a long-term veteran. They wanted to keep the young guys focused. Well, after the Steelers started 0-4, they had the bye week coming off of London, and Tomlin said, yeah, we're just taking the ping pong and shuffleboard out. Nobody's getting to play. The whole thing's so stupid. You either win or you lose. Ping pong's got nothing to do with it, but the question for you, Callis, and I think I know the answer, you got to be a tremendous ping pong player. It's right up your alley, the pong.
What makes you think that?
You're good at quirky stuff like that. And you are spry, and you are much more athletic than I generally give you credit for.
That's a good guess. My aunt up in Erie had a ping pong table in her house. I think they still have it there. We just haven't played in years, but I used to play all the time growing up, and I was terrible.
Oh!
But I got better as I aged. I was terrible because I was 6. That's the problem. I'm the youngest cousin of the 6 that come from my mom's.
So all the older cousins just whooping up on you in ping
Right,
pong.
so they never really took it easy, and they were like, "Oh, honey, it's okay. You're gonna get older," and I couldn't see that back then. But that's how early I've played, from like 6.
One of my favorite Christmas gifts as I got older was from my brother-in-law, who got one of those ping pong nets that you can just put up on like your dining room table, and ping pong balls, ping pong paddles, and we used to play at the dining room table at my in-laws' house all the time.
I bet you were terrible.
I was outstanding, but not a regulation table. It had like rounded edges. But my mom growing up, always really good at ping pong. And we had a mini table at my house when we grew up. Again, not regulation. So when I'd get onto a regular table, I'd have my issues. I would have to warm to the task. But I love playing ping pong, girl. You get a little sweat going, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You ever watch it in the Olympics?
Yes.
Dudes be running miles when they're playing. Like, they're like 10 feet away from the board, diving and stuff like that. We wouldn't quite go that far. I didn't have the space, but, yeah.
That's something that was fun, I realized, playing when I got older was... Oh, you can actually, you can back up, you can move. You don't have to swing all the time. You can just, meet the ball.
You're a big pickleball guy.
Yeah.
I've never played. I would love to get into pickleball.
You should come to the park. There's plenty. There's one in Mount Lebanon.
I know. I would play pickleball with you.
Yay!
We should make it a bi-weekly thing.
Let's do it today.
No. Can't do it today. But perhaps one of these weekends coming up.
Crowley's perpetual statement. Not today.
That's not just for you. I might ask any of my friends, and you're my friend, but ask any of my non-work related friends, I'm the flakiest man on the face of the earth.
You haven't played basketball either. Remember, we were supposed to do that over the summer.
You know what? I'm afraid I'll tear my Achilles. Did you hear Mike Tirico tore his Achilles at SoFi Stadium?
No.
Same place that Mark Caboli tore his Achilles. He just did it this past weekend.
How?
Going down the stairs.
Oh.
Or up the stairs. Something to do with stairs. Yeah, Tirico tore the Achilles. All right, coming up next, Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, is going to join us. We'll talk about this pivotal matchup between the Steelers and the Bengals. Also, I'm wondering if Mike Tomlin will address blank in his press conference. Get Jeff's opinion on it when we return. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com.
Good morning, just a heads up. Wednesday into Thanksgiving morning won't be the best for traveling with rain and snow expected. For today, the best chance for rain's already passed us by. Skies will be cloudy for the rest of the day with a little drizzle this morning still possible. Out the door temperatures are in the mid-40s, and we're going to see afternoon temps near 40 with gusty winds coming in out of the west at about 30 miles an hour. First Alert meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Good mornings start at Get-Go, where biscuit breakfast sandwiches are just $2.99 each for a limited time. Order classics like an egg and sausage biscuit or the new hot honey chicken biscuit with Market District hot honey. Or indulge in a $1 off made-to-order pumpkin spice latte, cold brew, or milkshake for a limited time. Sip fall's sweetest flavor and save on pumpkin spice today. Download the Get-Go app to order from anywhere. Plus, with My Perks, you can save on fuel when you redeem the perks you've earned. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Hey, it's Bob Pompiani. You know I love a good round of golf, but let's be honest, the weather, not so much. That's why I head to 9 Yards Golf Lounge. 9 Yards has something for every golfer. Their Golf Zone technology is as realistic as it gets. Hit out of the rough or bunkers. Play accurate chipping and putting. Play over 250 courses around the world any day of the year. They even have private bays for special events and membership options for every skill level. It's the perfect spot for fun, food, and keeping your game sharp. Visit 9yardsgolf.com today.
It's another Christmas, and she's been with you for lots of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you.
you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will help you make this Christmas a lasting memory at a price you can afford. And now, through Black Friday, save up to 30% on almost everything in stock. We even gift wrap. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village, and Peters Township.
Permane Brothers just upgraded their screens and sports streams. There's no better place to watch the game. They've even got NFL Sunday Ticket and great deals on your game day favorites like domestic pitchers for $9.99. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair is gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some problems creeping up on the roadways. This report brought to you by your local Par-Mar store. If there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon. Crews on the scene of an accident in McCandless, the intersection of Ferguson Road and Duncan Avenue. Also a structure fire in McKeesport, tying up the intersection of Craig Street and Versailles Avenue. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam seeing heavier traffic now on the inbound side of Route 28, stretching from the Route 8 at the bypass down toward Millvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan.
Visit Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington for quality and affordable all-wheel drives. Our Black Friday bash has new 24 Outlanders with 0% financing. Choose savings up to $7,000 off or lease it for just $299 per month. Plus, our trade values are at an all-time high. Get paid to trade. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Stop in today or shop the Black Friday bash at JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Damn, look how life changed. Went to the hospital for one thing. They couldn't figure it out. Now you got a whole nother problem. Sound like a medical malpractice to me. Sound like you'll be calling top dog to me. And it's a shame too. They should have got this one right. You was giving birth. Needed a C-section. They ain't do it. Tried to do it natural. The baby ain't make it. Wanna talk about pain? You don't know what pain is. Can't no money fix this. You don't know what pain is. Screaming at the doctors. Like, how you messed this up? You just gonna send me home now. Like, this is dumb. Any accident. Top Dog Law.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I still have a not so hot but potentially hot Thanksgiving take I want to get to. Plenty of time to do that tomorrow, but we'll sprinkle some of that in today. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are flipping the page, mostly, on that Browns loss, looking ahead to Cincinnati. As Bill Belichick said, we're on to Cincinnati. He's wonderful, by the way, on the Manning cast. That's what I watched last night, the Manning cast. Very good. A lot of football I thought I knew that I don't. Peyton Manning really smart. Belichick really smart. Eli's kind of just there. Jeff Hathor never just there. He's with us right now, though. Good morning to you, Jeff. How you doing?
Good morning. Yeah, I mean,
it's amazing. If only Bill would have embraced the media a little bit earlier, that would have been nice for all of us that do our jobs.
No doubt. I think he is really, really good as an analyst. He's not going to wow you with his charisma or anything like that, but listening to him and Peyton and Eli break down that game last night, you can't help but learn stuff. I think it's really good.
I think it's okay.
We're on to Cincinnati. Before we do get on to Cincinnati here, Jeff, Mike Tomlin's press conference is today. I heard a rumor. Is it at 2:30 today?
It is.
Why is that?
It is.
What's going on? You're throwing the whole thing off.
I think it's a personal Bellefonte snorkel to Joe.
Joe counting on the content, counting on Brian Batko, and instead the PM team guys are going to get the Tomlin press conference. Do you think, you'll be there, do you think that Tomlin's going to get any questions about Pickens in the end of the game situation? Because I feel like this is a big deal, but it really hasn't been made that big of a deal, and I would expect him to address that today.
Yeah, he normally is aware of these things and will make some kind of opening comment about it. I don't expect him to discuss much about it, nor if he's asked about Pickens' comments about Browns not being that good. Probably either he would brush aside. You look at that play again, and the thing to me is Russ had to throw it about a half second too soon, because you even saw Freiermuth had his back to the ball and wasn't looking quite yet. It's like they weren't just set. And then, of course, George and it's like he was having his own wrestling match.
Do you think it bothers guys in the locker room? I don't know the answer to this. That's why I ask you. You're in there with these guys. Like, do they view it that way? Like he kind of punted on the final play? And do they get mad at him when he says things like the Browns aren't that good, even though it's accurate?
Yeah, not openly. No, we don't see that. They know his value. Even when earlier in the season when he wasn't happy because of the situation with the offense, guys aren't gonna. They're either smart enough or they just don't, rip their own players. They know what he could bring to the team, so they're willing to give him a little bit more leeway, I think, than other teammates. And that's just. It's the way of the world. You work in any office or any job, somebody performs well but might not have the best attitude. It doesn't mean you're going to fire them for their attitude if they're performing at their job.
Yeah, it's why we still keep Callis around despite his general lack of interest in doing anything. Kidding, Nick.
No.
We love it. He's going on a year now, aren't you, Callis? Has it been a full year?
Been over a year, so thanks for keeping track.
Yeah, we didn't, unfortunately, celebrate the anniversary. We're going to have to do that maybe tomorrow when Doran's back and Bostic's in here and Doug Whaley's here, and we're having a Thanksgiving feast.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be a who's who jammed up in here tomorrow, Jeff.
Friendsgiving.
That's right. And I'm going to bring in sliced deli meat turkey and pass it around to everybody. Get a little of that tryptophan going. I had to laugh. I read that Zach Taylor is putting a ping pong table in the Bengals locker room. Do you remember when Tomlin took the ping pong tables out back in 2013? They started 0-4, and Ben and some of the veterans said, hey, if you haven't played 4 years in the league, you're not allowed to play ping pong. Well, the Bengals are going the other way with this.
Yeah, I do. You know what was funny about that? The ping pong table was right down by where Polamalu's locker was. And Troy spoke softly. And when we would do interviews, and obviously audio is very important to us, we would hear Troy, and then often in the background hear, and it was almost always followed by whoever lost, but not that. Maybe another word that we couldn't. There's so much. There was times of audio of Troy we could never use because someone was swearing after losing a point, or the ping pong sounded louder than Troy's voice. Yeah, but I do remember that, and the pool table. Which,
That's
like
right.
in many people's houses, became like an area where they would store, jerseys. And then they got that out of there, and I think they moved it to the back.
Yeah, I used to have a foosball table in my house, and it ultimately just collected old laundry, and so we wound up getting rid of it. Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Jeff, Steelers, Bengals, Sunday. I have said if you win the game, you're going to win the AFC North. If you lose the game, I'm not feeling so good about it. But I think it all comes down to the offense on Sunday. The Steelers with Russ are averaging 25.6 points per game. However, the last two, it's 18 and 19. Do you have faith that the Steelers can go in there the way the offense has performed the last two and win a shootout against Cincinnati?
I think they have the most potential they've had since Ben was quarterback. Yeah, but man, Burrow's playing good football, but Cincinnati just finds a way to lose a game. I mean, they're having one of those seasons where they've had all of these close games against really good teams, and they either can't finish or they make a big mistake. Listen, I think you win this game, as much as it helps you in the division, you get Cincinnati out.
Yes.
Like, if you think the Steelers are a playoff team, Cincinnati's a team I don't want to face even at home. I mean, Joe Burrow has 12 touchdowns in the last 3 games. That's as many as the Steelers have had all year. I mean, get Joe Burrow out. But to your original point, I do think they have. Now, you're going to have to make some stops or make him work for it, at least on defense. But I do think they have an offense that can score. It's just, man, moving the ball and getting yards hasn't been an issue. It's like, can you get a damn 3rd and 4th and short and convert it? You know, you're watching the game yesterday. They put Andrews under center. And I'm thinking,
at the
bingo,
16-yard line, Jeff.
Right. Like, and it's not even their quarterback. Okay, can Freiermuth take a snap? Darnell might be too big. Could Connor Hayward take a snap with Najee pushing him and then maybe Patterson behind him? Like, come up with something different with the playbook. Just, you got to be able to convert those. If you don't, this season's going to take a wrong turn.
I'm with you. Red zone and short yardage. They've moved the ball between the 20s. It's those two areas they need to be better. One last thing here on the Bengals, just zooming out 30,000 feet. They got the Cowboys after the Steelers. They got the Titans. They got the Browns. They got the Steelers at the end of the season. They got the Broncos. That is a manageable schedule. You're going to get everything that they have in this game. But to that point, you can beat them twice, I think, on Sunday, Jeff. If you beat them on Sunday, I don't think Joe Burrow's playing in the last game of the season, to say nothing of T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Hendrickson, all of whom want to get paid at the end of the year.
I mean, 7 losses. You mentioned that schedule. It's feasible. You can see them run the table. 8.
8, you ain't getting
in a very tough situation. When you start thinking of the other teams that are going to be a wild card, either the Steelers or Baltimore are 1, the Chargers are 2, and then, I mean, Denver's playing well. Maybe Denver falls off the world, but there's some other teams that are right, at least in the area where they would probably finish with better than 8 losses. But man, this would be, like you said, I look at this game not as must win or anything, but as a huge game in the season to answer the Cleveland game, to knock Cincinnati potentially mostly out of the playoffs, and then to keep hold of that lead in your own division.
Any concern for you about TJ Watt? The no-show on Thursday, and I think he's having a good year. He is not having, at least statistically, a Watt season. Any reason for concern there?
You know, I want to say this about the second half. I don't think any pass rushers were having effect in the second half because of the footing in Cleveland. It just wasn't conducive. I mean, you saw Miles went quiet in the second half as well. I mean, they did a nice job of sending other guys over and chipping, and they weren't as dumb as, what was it, Las Vegas that decided to go one-on-one with TJ Watt. They had a really good plan, and they executed it. And that being said, TJ's got to be a little better, as do other players on the team. I mean, was defense the reason they lost? Not necessarily, but they couldn't get off the field on 4th down, and that's an issue.
Yeah, when they win, I know I've said, well, they're winning games because they are really good on 2 sides of the ball, on special teams and defense, and they had been, under Russ, good enough on offense. I think they lost it in all 3 phases when you think about it on Thursday night. Defensively, they didn't put the clamps down at the end. Yeah. Offensively, the first half was dreadful, and then they missed a field goal, which I think was in part because they rushed him out onto the field there late.
And the 15-yard punt.
Oh,
Waitman's been really good this year, but of all times to have a shank, that did not time well.
Sure did not. Jeff, we will not talk to you before Thanksgiving, I don't think. So happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, and appreciate all that you do, buddy.
Thank you. And a quick aside, I know maybe you're not looking at this, maybe Pitt, but some Pitt fans are. There's a story on the website right now. I went through 7 experts and where they think about where Pitt is bowling, and some really intriguing matchups and some sites that may excite you, and one I'm sure that won't. If you're a Pitt fan.
Can I guess real quick on the one that won't?
Yes.
Sun Bowl?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we can't wait to read. Real quick on Pitt basketball, too, by the way, Jeff. Damian Dunn now out, I read 6 weeks. That stinks. He's a heck of a player. I think their guard depth has been the strength of the team. How much does that hurt them?
It does, because he's one of those, he's a veteran grad student guard that could get after you, and he wanted it. He knew it was his last year. Now, the thing that's going to mean is Brandon Cummings from Lincoln Park is going to get a ton of time. So it's his opportunity to show he can play at this level, and this is good. This could be really good for him to be forced into some action early, because beyond Brandon, there's not much depth at the guard position right now.
You can't spin it positively. I mean, they go beat Ohio State. I don't think Virginia Tech's very good. Mississippi State on the road will be a tough one. But if they can still find a way to win games here, and the rotation then could become extended a little bit with the Cummings getting some experience here. So long as they win basketball games, I mean, it might not be the worst thing in the world, and Dunn should be fresh then down the stretch. Jeff, appreciate it. As always, happy Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you soon.
Happy Thanksgiving to you and Callis.
Yes, we love you, Callis. I'm sorry we missed your anniversary. That's Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. Check out the Pitt Bowl projections at 937thefan.com. I wonder if there's a chance they could play West Virginia in a bowl game. That'd be pretty cool. But people don't care about that. Maybe they do. I don't know. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's make a sharp turn when we come back. A national expert reporting the Steelers are interested in doing something. A local Steelers beat writer reporting the Steelers are interested in doing something. Would you be interested in doing this particular thing? I'll tell you right now, I would be. What is it? We'll tell you next. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Baltimore Ravens won on Monday Night Football yesterday against the Los Angeles Chargers in the battle of the Harbaugh brothers. Wow, English. Harbaugh brothers head coaches, yes.
Happy anniversary!
Oh, thank you. Yeah, very good. Next games, it'll be featured in the NFL. Those are going to be on Thursday. There's 3 Thanksgiving features. All of those you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. First game's at 12:30. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Fall is here, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With its bold style and symmetrical all-wheel drive, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Sport is the ultimate fall adventure companion. Right now, lease the Crosstrek Sport from Bowser Subaru for only $297 per month. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. VIN 2R3737322. MSRP 31651. 36-month lease. 10,000 miles per year with $29.90 due at signing. No security deposit required. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. Offer ends November 30th. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
Visit Brushes and Beans Cafe, a small cafe and paint your own pottery studio on William Penn Highway, Murraysville. Caffeinate and create at Brushes and Beans Cafe. Go to brushesandbeanscafe.com to reserve your spot and say 93.7 to get 20% off your first drink. Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, McCall, a platinum preferred roofing contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This Thanksgiving, Target makes hosting easy with our lowest prices of the season. Like Good & Gather premium turkey for 79 cents a pound and quality green beans for 55 cents. Or classic stovetop stuffing on sale for $1.99 and delicious favorite day apple or pumpkin pie for only $4.49. Plus, get unlimited same-day delivery with a free 14-day trial of Target Circle 360 to make planning even easier. Save more on hosting. Happier holidays from Target. Restrictions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Normally in the holiday spirit, I'd close the penalty lap track for Thanksgiving. But since Giants players are calling themselves soft, get out there and run hard, fellas. Take along the Commanders' special teamers as well as the 49ers and Patriots, and you'll have a full-on track. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. Black Friday starts now. Trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Hurry into Verizon this Black Friday. Service plan required for Watch and Tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continuing to build. This report brought to you by Wet Go Go Unlimited. The Cordell and Cordell traffic ham with a look at the inbound Parkway East. Solid delays there from Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while on the outbound side heading toward the Turnpike in Monroeville, you have mainly steady traffic heading out of the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound looking good heading out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. And Route 28, that is fairly steady heading from Harmer to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
3rd and long. Wilson floats it way upstairs. Williams, he's got it. Touchdown. Mike Williams, the newest Steeler, scores.
That feels like a long time ago. Feels like Mike Williams isn't even on the team. I don't want to talk about Mike Williams. I do think he's important going forward. I think you'd like to see him separate himself as the Steelers' number 2 wide receiver. They're going to need to score points to beat Cincinnati this weekend. They're going to need to score points to beat the Eagles. They're probably going to need to score points to beat the Chiefs. And in order to do that, you're probably going to need a guy not named Van Jefferson catching the football. Although Calvin Austin, he made some plays in the game against Cleveland. But again, it's not about the wide receivers. It's about the quarterback. It's about Russell Wilson. And we didn't get into this in long form yesterday. We briefly touched on it. But I wanted to get into it with Doran today. Doran out sick. Our boss, Craig Riley, out sick. I'm just hoping not to catch the bug before Thanksgiving, but that's neither here nor there. Jerry Dulac reported a couple of weeks ago, as he did before the season, that the Steelers would love to get a long-term extension done with Russell Wilson after the year. Diana Rossini, now of The Athletic, reporting the same thing. The Steelers want to get something done with Russell Wilson, and it's the easiest topic of all time, 412-928-9370. Do you want to see the Steelers sign Russell Wilson, let's say, to a 3-year deal at the end of the season? 412-928-9370. I'd love to talk about this with you, not just talk at you. So do give us a ring. Again, 412-928-9370. I'd love for it to look like the Baker Mayfield deal, $33 million a season. But if it looks more like the Kirk Cousins deal, the more I've thought about this, that's fine too. That's fine too. You're not going to do it now. Russell Wilson turns 36 3 days from now. I'd like to be the first to wish Mr. Unlimited, Russell Wilson, a happy 36th birthday. Thank you for changing the trajectory of these Pittsburgh Steelers. They don't negotiate in season, so they're not going to. I think they'd be silly to, really, when you think about it. You want to make sure that Russ continues this level of play. You also want to make sure that Russell Wilson, who's been hurt a couple of times this year, doesn't get hurt again down the stretch. A guy who's been very durable over the course of his career. You want to see if he can hang in there and play every game the rest of the way. But the cap is not going to put you in a bind, even if you're paying him $45 million. It's not. Cap's going to go up next year. You've got space as it is. You can always restructure contracts. Najee Harris is going to come off the books. I don't think that the financial terms of the deal are going to break the Steelers here. So I don't worry about that. I also don't worry about his level of play. The last 2 weeks, the offense hasn't scored enough. That's true. 18 points and 19 points, respectively. That's not good. But over the course of the 5 games that Russell Wilson has played, he's got him at 25.6 points per game. That would be good for 8th in the league in scoring if he had done it over the first 11 games of the season. Folks, he's good. He doesn't turn the football over, not a lot. He did have the fumble against Cleveland. He did have the interception in the Ravens game. That really was a punt. He outplayed Lamar, I'll tell you that. But through 5 games, he's been very good. He's 10th in the league in quarterback rating. He doesn't turn it over. They're scoring more points with him than they were with Fields. And my God, they're scoring more points with him than they have since Ben Roethlisberger retired. But you don't view these things in a vacuum. It's not just, oh, is Russ good? Hey, let's pay him. What are the other options? If you don't pay Russ, where do you go with quarterback after the year? Here are some of the free agents. Sam Darnold, who's having a good year in Minnesota. He's thrown 10 picks, but he's also thrown 21 touchdowns. He could be an option. Jameis Winston could be an option. But Mike Tomlin, I think, would rather throw himself down a flight of stairs than play a quarterback who once threw 30 interceptions in a season. The other guys who are free agents, Marcus Mariota, no thank you. Arthur Smith doesn't want to go down that road again, nor do you. Andy Dalton's out there. Mason Rudolph's out there. That ain't happening. Joe Flacco, please. Jarrett Stidham, Tyler Huntley. The free agent quarterbacks available at the end of this year, not one of them is an upgrade over Russell Wilson. Not one. The only guy I'll hear an argument for is Sam Darnold. And look, I think Arthur Smith had a dreadful game in Cleveland. I also happen to think Arthur Smith has done a good job on the whole this year. He's also not as good as the play calling situation in Minnesota. And in Minnesota, they got better weapons. If you took Sam Darnold and brought him down here to Pittsburgh, I still think he's probably a turnover machine. I don't think with the weapons the Steelers have and with the offensive play caller, he'd be putting up the numbers that we're seeing him put up in Minnesota. Meanwhile, if you took Russ and put him in Minnesota, I think he'd have better numbers than he does here, if you catch my drift. So I think Russ the better player than Sam Darnold. He's 9 years as senior, but I don't think that people are going to be all excited if that were the move that were announced. Oh, well, we're moving on from Russ. We're going to pay Sam Darnold X number of dollars. We're going to ride off with this guy. There's not great options. You can look at the draft. I just went on draftnetwork.com. They got Jalen Milroe as the number one quarterback in the draft. No, thank you. Did you watch his game against Oklahoma this week? And the guy, he's got the arm strength. He's got the speed. I mean, he's got the speed. He's got a lot of what you'd like in a quarterback. He would be a project, and he throws some ghastly interceptions. That's the number one quarterback. So what's that tell you about the next four in the top five? You're not going to be in a position to draft a quarterback highly anyhow. If you sign Russell Wilson to a 3-year deal and you want to draft a quarterback in the second or third round and then have him marinate and learn behind Russell Wilson, I guess I could be okay with that. But I think you sign Russ. 3-year deal, take him through the 39 season. That is, of course, if he keeps playing this way. Now, if he falls off or if he gets hurt, then you don't. But I can only use my eyes. And what my eyes are telling me, this guy still got it. What my eyes are telling me are that this team believes in him. I have no problem signing Russell Wilson to a 3-year deal worth $45 million this season. What say you? 412-928-9370. Phone lines exploding. We'll talk to you when we come back. The only other option is already on the team, and that's Justin Fields. And we'll get into that element of it when we come back. Also, your phone calls. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Los Angeles Chargers lost to the Baltimore Ravens yesterday on Monday Night Football, and that allows the Ravens to get to 8 wins on the season. Ravens are 8-4. Steelers, they're 8-3. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found 2 loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. And as part of this special radio offer, AAA will waive the admission fee, add 2 free eligible household members, and you'll receive a free $20 gift card. That's a total value of $168 for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
We want to see ya in a Monroeville Kia. No Kia dealership anywhere can send you home in a new Kia for any less money than any other Kia dealer, because the MSRPs, the invoices, the factory incentives, and financing programs are all exactly the same. At Monroeville Kia, our dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal. You'll get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in a MonroevilleKia.com.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
It's Thanksgiving, and it's my favorite holiday of the year. Great food, family time, football, and beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. Great specials like Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yingling Lager. How about this? 24-pack cans, just $17.99. Busch Light, 30-pack cans, $19.99. So this Thanksgiving holiday, get to Hampton Beer Outlet. Best customer service, best prices. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. Black Friday starts now. Trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Hurry into Verizon this Black Friday. Service plan required for Watch and Tab. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Welcome to TGL presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com and tune into the inaugural season beginning January 7th. Keep up. It's golf.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Come join me, Andrew Filippone.
And me, Patrick Peterson, 3-time NFL All-Pro cornerback on First and Pod for premier NFL coverage and conversations.
Our motto on the podcast is every team, every week, and we don't play favorites. Every episode, you get a glimpse of the entire National Football League with First and Pod. Follow and listen to First and Pod on Mondays and Fridays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Here's the crux of it. Would you pay Russell Wilson 45-year, 3 years, 412-928-9370? I wonder how much Russ wants to. I do wonder about that. You want to win? You want to win a championship? Do you maybe take less, a little hometown discount? I'm not sure what the answer is on that. You'd like to think that he would, but also I don't blame anybody for going and getting top dollar. You get as much as you possibly can. I think the wrench in this whole deal for Steelers fans is it really comes down to Russ or Fields. It ain't going to be Darnold. It ain't going to be Jameis Winston. The free agent crop is bad. You're not going to be in a position really to draft a quarterback unless you trade up for a guy. And I don't think they'll do that. So really, Russ or Fields. And if things keep going the way they've gone with Russell Wilson, who's been 4-1 as a starter, averaging 25.6 points per game, 10th in the league in passer rating, I don't know how you don't pay that guy. I don't know how you can be an organization, or I guess I should put it this way, I don't know how you can be a fan of the organization and say things like, they haven't won a playoff game in 7 years. And then if this guy keeps playing this way, pay Justin Fields instead. It's so obvious that while Justin is valuable and while he went 4-2 and you're happy about that and looked good at times in the process, it's so obvious that the better quarterback for this team, the one that gives them the best chance to win, obviously is Russell Wilson. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Newman. What up, Newman?
Good morning, Adam. How are you?
Doing great, buddy. How about you?
I'm great. And as far as Russell Wilson, pay the man.
You got to pay him.
From the very beginning. Yes.
Of all the problems that they had in the snow and otherwise in Cleveland, I thought Russell Wilson was at the very bottom of the list for reasons why they lost that game. I actually thought he was pretty good.
Yeah, let's not bring up that game because then I'd have to be pounding on Tomlin again, and I don't like to do that.
That's fair. So you'd pay him. Are you good with $45 a year if it would cost that?
I'd be good with $45 a year, but I would want definitely to have an out after 2.
I'm with you. He's 36. He's 36. Right. You got to be creative there. It can't be 3 years, everything guaranteed. No. It can't be as much guaranteed money. I wouldn't do that Kirk Cousins got. And thank you for the call, Newman. 412-928-9370. Look, Russ missed Pickens in the end zone, but made up for it with a laser beam touchdown to Calvin Austin in the snow, which, if they'd have won that game, I mean, that's going down as one of the best plays of the season. And one you'll remember forever because of the snow. Unfortunately, they lost. He had Freiermuth open for what would have been a touchdown and decided to throw the underneath route instead. I don't know if he didn't see him or what happened there. 2 mistakes in the game, and then he did have the fumble and he had the sack. So, okay, there you go. 4 mistakes in the game. But all told, 21 out of 28, 270 yards, did most of his work in the snow, threw that beautiful touchdown pass. He wasn't the reason they lost. I thought he played well enough to beat Baltimore. I thought he was excellent in the prior 3 games. Through 5, he's been really good. And if you extrapolate it out, I don't know how you don't give Russell Wilson a contract this offseason. Anthony in Shadyside next up. Hi, Anthony.
Hey, good morning, guys. Sorry about that.
You're good, buddy.
Yeah, so I had the mute on. So, so about Wilson, he's good, but he's not $45 million good. I think we got to get probably Fields back another year, and I would suggest our scouts go out and scout some great college, quarterbacks that are going to be coming out there.
The only way I would go with, and thank you for the call, Anthony, the only way that I would pay Fields over Russ this offseason is if it totally goes down the tubes here and you finish like 9-8 or something like that. But if Russ continues to play well and you go to the playoffs, even if you don't win a playoff game, I don't know how you argue that that Russ is the better option. Now, if you tank or Russ gets hurt and you're like, oh, my God, the guy's 36 and now he's been injured a 3rd time this year, then, yeah, you go with Fields. But if all else is equal, if he keeps playing this way, if he stays healthy, it's a no-brainer to me. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Mike in Greensburg. Hi, Mike.
How you doing, guys?
Good.
I would definitely say I'd like to get a better look at Fields. I think that I don't know how long we'll keep Russ around. I wouldn't pay him that kind of money, but I think that it comes down to we need to draft a quarterback, get someone. Even if we got to make a trade, I think we should draft a quarterback and start fresh.
You think trade up into the 1st round and get a quarterback, like into the top 10 or something?
I would think that would I think there's going to be a quarterback in the top round, 1st round, even in the the whole round. I think there's somebody going to be there. There's some quarterbacks that are out there that are better than what we have.
Who do you like most coming up? He hung up. He didn't have any names. Look, if it's an age concern with Russ, I get it. It's also about winning. Joe Flacco, not young. We saw what he could do to the Steelers. Like, old quarterbacks can get it done in this league. They can. Now, Rodgers is a notable exception, but he's an ass. Like, he took this franchise over. He's a jerk. And now they're firing their GM. They're firing their coach. They're flushing it all down the toilet, and they did so for a guy that would rather, puke and have diarrhea for a full week than be with his teammates and trying to get the team better. Like, I throw him out. We've seen old quarterbacks get it done in this league. We're seeing Russell Wilson do it now. So long as you're not tied to him or have to pay like an absurd amount of guaranteed money and you can get out of the contract if he underperforms, then I think it's obvious what you do. I think it's obvious he's been the better player for them this year than Justin Fields. And if you're concerned mostly about winning, if it's about winning while you've got TJ Watt, if it's about winning while you've got Cam Hayward, who's another guy who's performing admirably and extremely well at an advanced age, I don't know how you can argue and go with Justin Fields. Fields is good. Fields won 4 out of 6 games. Fields turned the game around, I thought, on Thursday with his 30-yard run, but he's absolutely limited in the passing game, and he's a fumble machine. It's hard to argue out of one side of your mouth, we want to win playoff games, and then argue out of the other side of your mouth that you want Justin Fields to be the guy. Even though he's got a ton of potential still, and I'd love for him to be on the roster, I can't have him on the roster and not Russ. Ideally, you get them both back. I just don't see that happening. Chris in Beaver Falls, put a bow on this, Chris.
What's going on, my man?
How you doing, buddy?
I agree with you. I'm all right. I'm on my way into work. You know how it goes.
I do.
I agree with you. I'd like to see more, for the rest of the year. I'd like also wouldn't mind. I don't know about 45, but I think Baker Mayfield money might be the right.
Yeah, 33 a year.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Maybe $50 million guaranteed, 3 years, and be able to get out of that third year.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you, man. I don't think this is going to happen, Chris. And thank you so much for the call. If Russ was and there's a lot of ifs here, so it's probably not going to happen as I think out loud. But if Russ was willing to take the $33 million a year deal, like Baker did, I'd throw 10 a season at Justin Fields and keep both guys. But you would need for Russ to take the discount. You would need for Fields to want to be here and play second fiddle for at least a year. So it's probably not going to happen. That would absolutely, though, be the ideal situation. This is a good quarterback situation they have. And they got it on the cheap right now. I'd be willing to pay more for it. I just don't see that happening. Texter, that's funny calling someone 36 years old. I know. I was thinking that the other day. I was going for a walk. My back was screaming. I'm 34 years old. And I don't think of myself, despite that, I don't think of myself as old. But in football terms, yeah, 36 is getting up there. And it's not so much about the 36. It's about the 38, the 39 that you'd be paying for, right? Like, we know he can play right now. And you would assume the way he takes care of himself, I don't have any doubts he'll be able to be good next season. It's beyond that you would have the concern. But I'm willing to deal with that if it means that the Steelers have a chance to win and make some noise in the AFC. And I think they can. 412-928-9370. All right. Coming up next, I want to look at the potential college football playoff rankings that come out tonight. Spend a little time on that. We got a local team, Penn State, that's going to be smack dab in the middle. Also, a couple of bowl projections for Pitt that did get my eyes perked. Is that a word? Eyes perked? That raised my eyebrows. There it is. Figured it out. So we'll get to that coming up next. Back to the Steelers with Mackey coming up at 8 o'clock. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Baltimore Ravens won yesterday against the Los Angeles Chargers, making them 8-4 now on the season. They're just behind the Pittsburgh Steelers in the standings. They both have 8 wins, but the Ravens have 4 losses on their record as well. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Bad situation on 28. This report brought to you by GetGo. Inbound Route 28, crews on the scene of an accident blocking the left lane near RIDC Park. That's causing solid delays now back toward the Harmer interchange. Once you do get by it, you're going to be in line again just past the Route 8 at the bypass to the north side. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Pilgrim is back at Gecko Cafe and Market. Gecko's famous Thanksgiving-themed sub is a feast of turkey, tangy cranberry sauce and gravy, stacked on secret recipe stuffing bread. It's the stuffing of legends. Order it in the Gecko app. Gecko Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey there, Pittsburgh. No one wants a lingering foul odor in your home or worse, finding dirty, smelly water in your basement. Don't let a backup from a clogged sewer drain ruin your day. Slow drains, gurgling noises, or backups are warning signs. Act now before it's too late. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your go-to experts in sewer and drain clearing. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They're your solution to a worry-free home.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $185 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $199 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires January 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. We have helped thousands of patients just like you avoid spinal surgery, fix their problem, get their discs to heal, and get their quality of life back. At the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh, our treatment, Introduce Arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. In fact, we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. That's 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Jason Mackey joins us every Tuesday at 8 a.m. He's going to be on with us coming up next. And want to talk Steelers with Mackey, but also get briefly into the Penguins, whose season is just quickly circling the tubes here. I mean, it's over. They're not making the playoffs. Is Mike Sullivan going to be around to see the end of the season? So we'll talk to Mackey about that coming up. What's up?
Can you circle tubes?
Yeah, I think you circle the drain.
Well, a drain's not a tube.
It's a tube. Once you get through the drain, you circle the drain, then you go down the tube. You're probably right. I think you circle first, and then it's just a beeline down that tube. But what do I know? Nothing. Certainly nothing about plumbing. That's why I always flush those dude wipes down the toilet there.
Flushable wipes.
Flushable wipes. That's right, Callus. I did want to get into some college ball briefly, though, as Penn State looks primed to be in the college football playoff. At this point, it would be an absolute stunner if they didn't make it. They'd have to lose to Maryland, and even then, I don't know. There's so many teams out there that feel like they've got an argument with 3 losses that Penn State with 2. I mean, maybe they'd still get in. They're not going to lose to Maryland. James Franklin beats who he's supposed to beat. James Franklin deserves a ton of credit. Their only loss in the season is a 7-point home loss that could have gone either way to Ohio State. So they're going to get in. And I think they got a good chance of playing Indiana in the first round. We'll see. It'll all shake out tonight. Not in the final college football playoff rankings, but it'll be a look at what could happen. I think that's the ideal matchup. Indiana, round 1. Then maybe Miami in the next game. Miami's, every game they play looks like it could go either way. And they've got Cam Ward, and he deserves to be in New York for the Heisman, but he makes a crazy bad throw at least every game where you think, what is this guy doing? And yet he snatches victory from the jaws of defeat time and time again. Tough matchup. Any of them are. It's college football playoff. But Indiana first at Beaver Stadium, and then you go and you play Miami? Penn State, yeah, you take your swings, you take your chances with that. As for Pitt, I don't want to blow Jeff's entire article. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, who was on with us earlier on in the show. There are 9 potential bowl destinations, at least out there right now, from various outlets where Pitt could land. And there are 2 that caught my eye immediately that I think, hey, this season's been a roller coaster for Pitt fans. Started off incredibly 7-0. You beat your arch rival. Now you've lost 4 in a row. An underdog on the road against Castellanos and Boston College. You probably don't want to be talking about bowl matchups. You'd probably rather be thinking about the college football playoff. For a minute there, it looked like that was a realistic potential outcome for Pitt. Either as the ACC champion or at large, they were 7-0. Those conversations were had at the time, and I think at the time they were warranted. But here's 2 that catch my eye. Pinstripe Bowl, but against Nebraska. Well, why'd that get anybody up? Well, it's a historical brand. And Dana Holgorsen is the OC of Nebraska now, baby. And they've struggled offensively for most of the year, has Nebraska. Then they hired Dana. And that guy knows how to scheme. That guy knows how to score. And we were robbed, I tell you, of a Dana Holgorsen, Pat Narduzzi backyard brawl. Robbed. Those 2 guys would have been at each other's throats every single year. And I wish, for multiple reasons, that Dana Holgorsen was still the head coach at West Virginia, but chief among them, wanted to see that guy go up against Pat Narduzzi in a brawl. So that's one of the options for Pitt in the bowl projections. Another is Pinstripe again, but against Michigan. They won the national championship last year. That's not bad. Go watch Pitt versus the Maize and Blue. Season ain't ending the way you want it to. Eli Holstein, while he's not been ruled out for the season, I think it's highly unlikely he'd play in the game. But Pitt, Michigan, all the history that those programs have had, could do a lot worse. All right, Jason Mackey of the Post-Gazette going to join us next. We'll get back to the Steelers with him, mixing some Penguins as well. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 55.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Western Pennsylvania commutes can be brutal, but TDM is here to make them so much better. Better for you, better for your wallet, and better for our planet. TDM can help you with carpools, van pools, expanding biking opportunities, and other avenues to save you stress and money. So what is TDM? Transportation Demand Management. But you won't remember that from a radio commercial. Type TDM for you in your browser to start a better commute. Brought to you by the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
Gear up for adventure at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Now's the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a rugged, reliable Jeep and Dodge Ram. Take advantage of exclusive November deals. 24 Jeep Wrangler Sport S4XE. Payments starting at $249 for 24 months. 25 Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payments starting at $359 for 42 months. Hurry down to South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, where adventure begins. SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net. See dealer for details.
Now that Baird and Heffron Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band, a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer, or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Looking for a rewarding and exciting career? Consider joining the Allegheny County Police Department. With a competitive salary and excellent county benefits, the police department offers a unique opportunity to provide professional advice and protection to all citizens and visitors of Allegheny County. The current application period is open through February 3rd, 2025, with a written test for all applicants on February 15th, 2025. Apply online today at joinacpd.com. That's joinacpd.com.
Hearing about online threats every day can be stressful. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? You won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. Act fast. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
What's better than giving a gift everyone wants? Getting free gas and groceries by earning perks on gift cards purchased at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo. Choose from hundreds of gift cards to make everyone merry at Giant Eagle Market District and GetGo.
Do you have a bachelor degree? Would you like to become a teacher? Waynesburg University offers a 100% online Master of Arts in Teaching degree that leads towards secondary certification. Tuition is affordable and financial aid is available. Visit waynesburg.edu.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting a bit ugly. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. This fall, make losing weight part of your new routine. Energy, clarity, better health. Find it all at awaken180weightloss.com. Crews still on the scene of an earlier accident blocking the left lane on inbound Route 28 at RIDC Park. That's causing solid delays as you get by in the right lane, just about back to the Harbor interchange. North Versailles Township, crews on the scene of a vehicle fire tying up the intersection of Route 30 Lincoln Highway and Warren Drive. Also one in South Fayette Township on Cemetery Hill Road at McVeigh Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For healthy holiday recipes, visit @Awaken180 on all social channels. Free recipes showing you how tasty losing weight can be. Paige and all the Awaken 180 coaches want to wish you and your family a happy, healthy Thanksgiving.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For quality, affordable, all-wheel drive, Mitsu by the Mall delivers. The Black Friday Bash at
Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills has new 24 Outlanders up to $6,500 off. New 24 Eclipse Cross up to $6,250 off. And new 24 Outlander Sports now up to $4,500 off. Plus interest rates at a low 0%. That's right, 0%. Your deal, your way. What a great day. Come find the Mitsu that fits you in store or online at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And we are joined on that hotline right now by our good friend Jason Mackey of 93.7 The Fan, and also, of course, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Mackey, good morning to you. How you doing?
Good morning, Crowley. I'm doing great, man. Charged up. Excited to join you.
Charged up?
Yes.
It's a great week, yes. Mackey.
It is. It's a big week.
All right, real quick.
Love Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is so classic, cliche sports talk radio, but whatever. Dorn's not here. He's out sick, so we put the feet up. We have this conversation. All right, give it to me. Give me your ideal, perfect Thanksgiving.
Are you talking about the meal or the day?
Whole kit and caboodle. The whole cornucopia, if you will.
Okay, so I married into a big parade watcher. Abby loves the parade. So it is an event in our house. We watch the parade. And I enjoy it.
I love the parade. I actually, Mackie, real quick, sorry to interrupt your perfect Thanksgiving. I went to the Macy's Day Parade when I was 11 years old. We left, busted my head off of a safe in the hotel room, had to get stitches in New York City, and then we went out to see Jim Carrey's The Grinch in theaters.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's a memory.
Yeah. Still have the scar, but anyhow, go ahead.
Okay. All right. My father-in-law would always go for a Thanksgiving morning run and then come back and eat pie. So I do that, and we watch the parade. And then just football and people coming over. Abby hosts, so we just hang out here, watch football all day. And food-wise, like, I'm in it for the meat and the stuffing.
Me too.
I'm not a big side guy. I want, like, all the turkey, any kind of meat. I don't care. Ton of gravy. Not a big mashed potato guy. I'll eat them, tolerate them. Stuffing for sure, but pretty plain and simple, man. And both kinds of pie, please.
Yes, I agree with the pie. I agree with the stuffing. Stuffing is my number one. If I were power ranking, I'm sure we'll hear that at some point. If I were power ranking things to consume at Thanksgiving, stuffing for me is far and away number one. Far and away number one. And here's a take that I was going to drop earlier and I forgot. People talk football on Thanksgiving, and it's true. It's one of the great football watching days of the year. This week is such a slept-on overall sports week. You get all these great college basketball tournaments. You get a bunch of these college football rivalries. You get the NFL on Thanksgiving. Now you got Black Friday NFL football. It's glorious, Mackey.
It really is. And then you got Thanksgiving Eve hockey, which typically should be good. Not so much this year with the Penguins, but you're right. It's a slept-on sports week, dude. I am very geared up for it. And Steelers-Bengals this Sunday. Excited for that, too.
Would you go as far as to say that this Steelers-Bengals game is a must-win? Because I'm pretty much there, Jason. You need to prove that it was an anomaly against the Browns, and you need to maintain AFC North supremacy because as difficult as Baltimore's schedule is down the stretch, the Steelers is even more so.
Well, Adam, look at what – you're setting it up there. Like, going to Philly and winning right now, I do not like the Steelers' chances of that happening.
No.
I'll take a split with Cleveland. I feel a little guilty assuming that, but you kind of have to split with Cleveland. I don't like their chances of going to Baltimore and winning the way things went. You know, look at what Baltimore did last night, man. Like, I'm watching that game thinking, this is a very good team that just happened to have not a very good week.
They have a Steelers problem.
Penalties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, a Steelers problem here. It hasn't existed consistently. Derrick Henry is such a beast. I mean, Lamar Jackson's really good. Not taking anything away from him, but, like, man, I do not like the Steelers' chances of doing that again. So anyway, yeah, you need to go 4-2 in the division, which is probably what we thought the Steelers would need to put themselves in good position at the start of this thing. That requires, at this point, 2 wins over the Bengals. So, yes, darn close to must win.
Yeah, I think really the next 2 you absolutely have to have. And I think while I'm with you, I think they're going to lose in Baltimore and they're not going to be favored against the Chiefs. I think those are both winnable games, but you need to set them up. They're going to. I'm just saying it. They're going to lose in Philadelphia. All right. Mike Tomlin's press conference today moved from 1 to 2:30. I'm not sure why. I don't know that I care. Do you think George Pickens is going to come up? And how big a deal were some of the antics from George Pickens on Thursday night?
I think he is going to come up, Adam. I think he has to come up. I don't think it's something that Tomlin's going to entertain. He's going to come up with some sort of quip about how it's, none of anybody's business, and he's not going to tell the media, and he's going to handle it behind closed doors. How big of deal? I still don't think it's a huge deal. It's not a great look. I don't like it. Frankly, I have more of a problem with him saying I don't think the Cleveland Browns are a very good team. Like, that's just unnecessary fodder. If you're Tomlin, you have to handle that.
And then you blame the elements for losing the game. I mean, it's just such a sorry-ass look.
Right. It's like, just shush. There's no need. There's no need to invite that sort of stupidity. I can understand you're asking guys to play a violent game. It's the end of one. You're frustrated. You get involved. I can tolerate that. I wouldn't tolerate the spouting off. And yeah, I mean, the list is not short with George.
No.
And I don't know what you do about it. He's a prolific player and an important part of this team. So you probably sit him down and say, look, this is it.
Well,
had enough of this. The next time there's going to be consequences.
And it does beg an obvious question, which I'm going to talk about in long form after we wrap up our conversation. But I'll ask you the question. Would you have any qualms about paying this guy, signing him to a long-term deal after the season?
Qualms, yes. Would it prohibit me from doing it? No. I think I'd want to know what the yearly term is. I think there's enough in there. I do. I don't think he's a bad person. I think he probably just has some growing up to do, like a lot of us did at that age. And I think there's a top 5 receiver in the NFL in there. So, I mean, I don't know. If he's looking for $30+ million a year, I'd probably tell him to have a nice day. Thank you very much. But if we're talking, 20 million, something in that range, committing for multiple years, I don't have any problem doing that. I think he's worth the money on the field, and I would count on Mike Tomlin and the rest of the Steelers to, help him see that some of the antics, some of the stuff, it's just not necessary. Lose it. Again, I understand the intensity. I don't want to see him dragging somebody down by the face mask. I don't think the eye black's called for. I don't need to see, I want him going for that Hail Mary. I don't want him fighting Greg Newsome. I don't understand that.
Yes, I'm with you on that. And I think it's a bigger deal than it's been made in recent days here in Pittsburgh for whatever reason. Jason Mackey joining us. He, of course, from the Post-Gazette, 93.7 The Fan, on the Fan Hotline. It's the Fan Morning Show. Doran, hopefully back tomorrow. Jason, another question that's been hot these last couple of days. Diana Rossini reporting the Steelers would like to sign Russell Wilson to a long-term contract after the season. It was reported by Jerry Dulac of the Post-Gazette before the year that that's something that they had in mind. Any issue doing that? Let's say 3-year deal. No, none. Me neither.
No, none. I mean, Adam, I don't mean to be rude because I talked about this on the weekend too. I don't know what we're talking about here. This is what we thought was going to happen. If Russ played well, and I'm sure you've looked at this and talked about, look at the numbers that Russ has put up compared to his time in Seattle. It's pretty close.
Yep.
I mean, it's only 5 starts, and I'd leave out, you want to see the balance of the season. They're not going to do anything until the offseason. That's fine. But let's say the 98.6 rating, which I think that's what it is, let's say this continues. Why wouldn't you want that? I'm not going back to Kenny Pickett. I'm not going back to Mitch Trubisky and, revolving door. This is the best the Steelers quarterback position has looked since Ben Roethlisberger. I'm not in a hurry to change that. I think Russ still has plenty left. Maybe this is a reaction to the Cleveland game, but I don't blame Russ for that. I think they had other things that, bothered them that they need to clean up from that game. So no, if you tell me 3 years for Russ, totally fine with that.
Totally fine. Turns 36 in 3 days, but he's not showing his age, and we know how hard Russell Wilson works. So I'm totally with you on all of that. All right, flipping over to the Penguins. You brought them up earlier in the conversation, and I wanted to touch on them with you, Jason. Is it Kyle Dubas's decision to get rid of Sullivan or not? Or is it ownership's decision? And if it is ownership's decision, are they simply not paying attention? Or do they just have a ton of faith in Mike Sullivan?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's more the latter. I do think they pay attention. Do they pay attention as closely as the Lemieux and Burkle ownership group? Probably not. I think David Morehouse was a big asset there, that he was, a direct line to ownership, was in the city, understood what the Penguins meant, understood how how much it bothered people when things did not go well. So I think there's probably an inordinate amount of faith here in Mike Sullivan and for him to turn this around. I think there's an element of the Penguins thought this season would be a struggle anyway. I'm not sure FSG or Dubas thought that they were going to compete for a playoff spot. I think we expect more out of them than maybe they expect out of themselves. So to boomerang back to the beginning of that, Adam, it is ultimately Kyle Dubas's job and responsibility and call on this. It always is for the general manager. And if Dubas gets to the point where he says, we can't do this, this team's not responding, then, and if he recommends to ownership, look, we have to have a change, I don't think ownership would stand in the way of that. But I think that those two together, and maybe without, a David Morehouse or somebody above them sort of intervening or talking some common sense into both parties, I see why we've continued down this road. I just don't agree with it.
I feel as bad for a professional athlete as I can possibly feel for a professional athlete when I think about what Sidney Crosby's going through. I mean, this team stinks. He gets his 600th goal. They lose 6-1, and then he's taking knuckle sandwiches to the face. Like, I have no problem with him expressing himself that way and fighting because he felt it was necessary. I don't. It's such a bad optical look, man. Redundant as that sounded, for them to suck, him to get 600, and then he's taking knuckles to the face. Like, there's got to be another way.
I know. I was taken back watching him do that and covering Jim Rutherford and Rutherford coming up in here Wednesday. Like, that's something Rutherford was adamant about, and he took a lot of heat for that. Like going out and getting Ryan Reeves. And to say nothing of the trade, like I understand it was kind of a lopsided trade, but he didn't want Sid doing that. He didn't ever want anybody, like notice they always had a Jamie Alexiak, Ryan Reeves, even Eric Goodbranson, guys that would take care of that nonsense when it happened. I would argue they should have done even more of it. There's none of it now. None of it. And yeah, things are bad for the Penguins. I wouldn't blame Sid right now if he said, you know what? I want to go somewhere and win. I don't want to do this. Like, I think it's an interesting philosophical discussion. He's meant so much to this city, but he's also the most competitive player any of us have ever seen. Like, I don't think he owes anything to Pittsburgh. If he would say, screw this, it's done, I'd rather win, I want to go with Nate in Colorado or whatever he wants to do. Like, I wouldn't begrudge him.
Be careful, Mackie. Just be careful, Mackie. Nothing gets the people more mad than when you bring something like that up. Oh, hey, Crosby, like if he would do this, you can't blame him. Nothing gets people worked up. You'll see it all the time, like Paul Bissonnette, who got jumped by like 7 guys at a restaurant the other night, by the way. He'll bring it up and say, send Sid to Colorado. People kill him. Well, he just signed an extension. You're right. It's a philosophical question. Like, I would not blame him at all if he said, I want to go chase a championship. But, Jason, we have run out of time. I always enjoy these conversations, and I hope that you enjoy your run and your pie and all the things that come with Thanksgiving, sir.
Likewise, buddy. I hope you don't get sick. I'm worried about you. I was thinking about you yesterday. Hope you pull through. A lot of chicken soup and orange juice.
Chicken soup for the soul. All right, Mackie. Thanks, buddy. Take care.
All right, Carly. Have a good one.
You too. Jason Mackie of the Post-Gazette and 93.7 The Fan. He's a great man, and I enjoy our talks.
You know what I took from that?
Please.
No one's afraid that I'm going to get sick. I'm reliable.
Well, you're in the other room. You're like Bubble Boy in there. You have the separation.
Bubble Boy.
Yeah, you're behind the glass. You're fine. You're quarantined. You're good. All right. I do have a parade take I would like to give at some point. Will that happen next? I'm not sure, but I want to sort of drill down on the George Pickens conversation. Okay, I don't think any of us are super happy with the way things ended in the comments he made after the game in Cleveland. But there's a much, much bigger discussion to have about George Pickens, and we're going to do just that when we come back. You can text us at 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football was yesterday, and the Ravens beat the Los Angeles Chargers. And now the Ravens have 8 wins, just like the Steelers. That was the last feature game before Thanksgiving. There's going to be 3 games featured on Thanksgiving, per usual. The Chicago Bears and the Detroit Lions start that day off on Thanksgiving at 12:30 for their game. And you can listen to all 3 Thanksgiving games right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage through Westwood One for all of them. Listen on the radio or listen on the Odyssey app. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
It's all gravy this weekend on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, which means you're getting a feast of rewards all weekend long. And right now, all customers can get a no-sweat NFL same-game parlay to celebrate the occasion. Just place a 3-leg same-game parlay. You'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays, SGPs, pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. What are you waiting for? Start your feast now with a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise notified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Fall is here, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With luxury details like heated leather seats, panoramic sunroof, and state-of-the-art infotainment system, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Limited is the ultimate fall adventure companion. Right now, lease the Crosstrek Sport from Bowser Subaru for only $297 per month. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited-time offer. VIN number L 61 38 31 158. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year with $2,990 due at signing. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends November 30th. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserSubaru.com. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Harbor Freight knows tool people like to keep busy. But with our Black Friday sale coming up Thanksgiving weekend, you'll want to free up some time. We're talking deals like our 5,000-watt generators under $800, 17-foot ladders for $99.99, and 40% off Icon Pro socket sets. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 12/2/24. While supplies last. Limitations apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Purchase 5 quarts of any Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil and get a $10 gift card after rebate. Find the synthetic oil that's right for your vehicle and budget. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do you spot the all-new Nissan Rogue Rock Creek? Here's a hint. It's got all-terrain tires, a tubular roof rack you can't miss, and it's tough inside and out with lava red detailing. You'll also find it in its natural habitat, climbing mountains, attacking rugged trails, and never backing down from any adventure. The first ever Nissan Rogue Rock Creek.
Intelligent all-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions. Always secure cargo. Heavy loading of the vehicle with cargo, especially on the roof, will affect the handling and stability of the vehicle.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by McAfee. Visit McAfee.com/online protection for limited time deals.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tua Tagovailoa gets by first game ball for his near-perfect performance against the Patriots. Saquon Barkley enjoyed a career night, while the Vikes' Jordan Addison and T.J. Hawkinson lit up the Bears. On defense, marquee superstars Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons were up to their old disruptive tricks, and Tennessee's Brian Callahan gets a coaching game ball for upsetting Houston. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Tuesday morning rush, still with some rough spots. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Crew still clearing an earlier accident on inbound Route 28. It's blocking the left lane near RIDC Park. Traffic gets by in the right lane, but stacks all the way back to the Harmer interchange. Once you do get by, you're going to be in line again as you head past the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. And we do have a transformer explosion reported on the Morningside end of the 62nd Street Bridge, and a vehicle fire being cleared in North Versailles, Warren Drive at Route 30 Lincoln Highway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wetco Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Shotgun. Wilson in the pocket. Hooks a pass. Throws it. In the air. End zone. Knocked down. And it's over. The Browns hold on and pull off the upset.
Callis, you were in here on Friday, and we broke down the Steelers' loss to the Brownies, chapter and verse. And while we did talk about George Pickens, we didn't spend a lot of time talking about George Pickens.
No.
And Pony and Muller were talking about this yesterday. I thought Pony made a good point. I guess it was more of a good question. Like, why have we not made that big of a deal about what happened at the end of the game with George Pickens there?
Can I share something with you?
Of course.
On the early morning show last week.
Hosted by Nicholas Harry Callis.
That's me. I said the key to this season is going to be George Pickens' ability to keep his attitude under control because he's a great receiver. And somebody, I think, called me and said, why are you picking a fight with George Pickens? There's nothing to, you're just trying to complain, you're just trying to talk, you're trying to make him look bad. And in seeing this now, it seems that was actually a good conversation to have because his attitude got him into a tussle at the end of a game where a pass could have been caught. Not that it's likely that it got caught, but...
So that's exactly where I am on this.
Yeah.
Is I want to be critical of George Pickens, and in a moment I'm going to be, and then I think there's a larger question off of all of this. I think it's because of the relative improbability of that play ever succeeding. Like when Deontay Johnson doesn't come off the line and the ball is fumbled against Cincinnati and he looks at the ball, doesn't make a play to get on the ball, and we all killed him for a full week, and then he winds up getting shipped to Carolina because he's a quitter. Like, we didn't let him off the hook because you should be able to easily come off the line, easily have your head involved in the play, and easily fall on that football, recover it, and live to fight another down.
And he dropped a lot more passes in his career than...
But Pickens has a track record here. I think just boiling it down, why has this not been a bigger talking point? I think it's because no one expects a Hail Mary to be completed. I know there was one earlier in the year with the Commanders against the Bears. I know I saw one completed last year, Houston against West Virginia. It happens. It's just such an improbability. But I think we need to treat it and treat him more harshly. That's giving up on a play.
Yeah, it was... Well, you can't catch the pass if you're not in position.
That's right.
You miss 100% of the passes you fail to be in position for.
And the whole thing looked like a total failed job. I think Russ got rid of it a little bit earlier than he would have liked to, and so nobody had turned their head around. But Pickens gives himself zero chance because he's out of the back of the damn end zone.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can pay this guy $30 million a season.
Somebody will.
There's no question about that because part and parcel, it seems, being a great wide receiver in 2024 and really being a great wide receiver ever comes with being a head case a little bit and a diva and winning the football and doing some strange things. But Jason said, Mackey, of course, in our last segment, I'd like him for $20 million and maybe $25 million. Here's the rub. If you sign George Pickens to a long-term contract, it's going to be closer to 30 than it is $20 million.
Here's
Devontae Smith making 25, Cooper Kupp 26, DJ Moore 27, Devontae Adams 28, Jalen Waddle 28, Ayuk 30, Tyreek Hill 30, Amon-Ra St. Brown 30, A.J. Brown 32, 34 for CeeDee Lamb, 35 for Justin Jefferson. And there's a few names there that I list that you would say George Pickens isn't as good as those guys. Totally get it. But the next guy always winds up getting paid in line with the last guys. That's the way it works. That's the market. And so if you're going to sign George Pickens going into his what would be his lame duck year, which would be next season, it's going to cost you upwards of $30 million.
Here's the thing about Pickens, and this is how I illustrate this. If you have a team that is losing, he's going to be a nightmare. You have to win in order for the formula with him to work.
No question.
Because when the Steelers win, he's not complaining. He's usually like, great, the team's winning. When they lose, he's a nightmare to deal with.
That's not exactly 100% accurate, though, because they hadn't lost a game with Russell Wilson. They lose once, and he's front and center, at least at the end of the game. Also, I don't think he gave a full effort on the Justin Fields pass that could have sealed the game. And one loss. That's all it takes. They're 8-3. One loss, and he's coming out frustrated after the game saying the Browns aren't that good. I have a tough time, even though I know how talented he is, and I know how good he is, and I know how productive he's been this year. I have a tough time today, if I had to make the decision this offseason, paying George Pickens $30 million a year. I don't think right now I could do it. I don't. And I think they might be in my camp. They were trying to get Devontae Adams. They were trying to get Christian Kirk before he broke his collarbone. They were trying to get and pay Brandon Ayuk this offseason. Folks, if they had traded for Brandon Ayuk and paid him the $28-30 million it would have taken to get him to fly across the country and come here, they're not giving two wide receivers $30 million. So they already had it made up that if they got that guy, they weren't going to pay George Pickens.
I think this may have a domino effect, though, when you talk about whether or not to pay Russell Wilson. I mean, is there...
They can afford both.
I get that, but I'm saying, is there a point where George Pickens is making Russell Wilson look just that much better being able to catch the contested passes he has this season?
Sure, he's the perfect fit for Russ.
So if you don't...
And vice versa. It's a great point by you.
If you don't pay Pickens what he wants and you let Pickens go in free agency... and you have Russell Wilson for a relatively short term, 2-3 years, is that going to make Russell Wilson deteriorate that much faster not having a wide receiver like Pickens. So I think the domino effect, there's a lot of cause and effect that could happen here.
Callis, a very good point by you. And I'll tell you what my strategy is to navigate all that this offseason. There's one guy I'm making an offer to, and if he refuses, then I would consider paying Pickens for all the reasons you just said. But I'm making an offer to another guy. Who is it? Why is it important this week? We'll tell you when we come back. And the question for all of you out there, 412-928-9370, George Pickens, 6th in the NFL in reception yards right now, has looked like a different guy with Russell Wilson, was better with Justin Fields, of course, than he was with the previous two quarterbacks, was really good with Mason Rudolph. You pay that guy $30 million a year. 412-928-9370. I'm riding the fence on it a little bit right now, but I think the answer is no. No. Your comments when we come back, but first a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Baltimore Ravens won yesterday. Go over the Los Angeles Chargers on Monday Night Football. That gives the Ravens 8 wins now in the season. The Chargers fall to 7-4. The Ravens 8-3. The Ravens are 8-4. The Steelers are 8-3. Those two are around the top of the AFC North, the Steelers and the Ravens. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Place a first touchdown scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Thanksgiving. It's my favorite holiday of the year. Great food, family time, football, and my personal favorite, don't tell the others, beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet's there for you. Great specials like Mick Ultra 24-pack cans, $19.99. Yuengling Lager 24-pack cans, $17.99. Busch Light 30-pack cans, $19.99. Bud Light, Coors Light, Miller Light 30-pack cans, just $22.99. Whoa. So this Thanksgiving holiday, get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Ooh, we got a question. Brian W. asks, it's the holiday season and I'm looking for deals. Is Xfinity having a Black Friday sale?
Well, Brian, our best deals of the year are here. Get iPhone 16 Pro on us. Just ask us how. Plus, you can also get fast, reliable Xfinity Internet with a line of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited for a great low price.
So don't wait. Bring home a new iPhone 16 Pro built for Apple Intelligence.
And connect to reliable 5G and Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on Xfinity Mobile.
That's a big deal.
More like a gig deal.
Now through December 3rd, ask how to get the new iPhone 16 Pro on us with an unlimited Plus line. Plus, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and an unlimited mobile line together for only $35 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/Black Friday sale to learn more. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Gig speeds available via hotspots to Xfinity Mobile customers only. Reduced speeds after use and monthly data included with your data option. Actual internet speeds and data thresholds may vary.
Hi, I'm Greg Billy from Hand & Stone Massage and Facial Spa. Double the relaxation this Black Friday with Hand & Stone's BOGO gift card sale. Buy one at guest pricing, get one free. Don't miss this limited time offer. Visit any of the 7 Pittsburgh area spas.
Restrictions apply.
Join Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan at Tom's Watch Bar in the North Shore for ultimate hockey watch parties all season long. Enjoy 360-degree viewing, surround sound, giveaways, prizes, and of course, great eats at Tom's Watch Bar on the North Shore.
Shop the Black Friday Bash at ShorkeyChevy.com. Only your Chevy truck headquarters has new 24 Silverado crew cabs up to $12,000 off. Or choose low 0% financing. Want more? There's also 0% financing on all new 24 Equinox or on any EV model. Your red tag deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factors factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Western Pennsylvania commutes can be brutal, but TDM is here to make them so much better. Better for you, better for your wallet, and better for our planet. TDM can help you with carpools, van pools, expanding biking opportunities, and other avenues to save you stress and money. So what is TDM? Transportation Demand Management, but you won't remember that from a radio commercial. Type TDM for you in your browser to start a better commute. Brought to you by the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission.
Attention veterans, you've served our country with dedication, and now it's time to make sure your health care coverage serves you. Veterans may be eligible for money back, up to $110 per month, as well as extra benefits that TRICARE and VA benefits don't cover. And there is no interruption to your current coverage. Speak with one of the benefits executives at MediConnect. Get the healthcare coverage that works for you. You've earned it. Now claim it. Visit MediConnectInsurance.com and tell them Pump sent you.
Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. A stunning eternity band. A pair of classic diamond stud earrings. Something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, we have the perfect gifts for the season, starting at around $500. Come and let our experts help you pick out that headliner gift. Or for some fabulous ideas, see the online seasonal gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. You can even chat now with a virtual assistant for the ultimate convenience. Whether you connect online or in person, you're guaranteed to get the extraordinary value, ironclad warranties, and white glove service Diamonds Direct is known for. And to help make your purchase even more affordable, we've got special financing so you can spread out your payments. Get directions, details, special showroom hours, and our holiday gift guide now at DiamondsDirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter paying Pickens $30 million a year is a huge mistake. As talented as he is and could be, he's obviously another diva wide receiver that will be another distraction. A lot of receivers are divas. But there is a laundry list now of things that George Pickens has done that make you go, ugh. I don't think he worked hard enough on the Justin Fields bomb on third down. That would have clinched the game. Doran says he swears he didn't get off the line quick enough, and you watch Calvin Austin gets off much quicker than Pickens did. I'm wondering if it was a snow thing or if it's just an effort thing. But then the ball's in the air. Pickens is looking for the contact, looking to draw the flag. My man, run. There was barely any contact. Run. If he runs, that's a great throw by Fields. But he's caught up trying to draw the flag, and the ball harmlessly falls to the snowy turf, incomplete, and now the game's on life support. There's that. There's video of him trying to trip a dude. There is him running himself out of the final play of the game on the Hail Mary. Then last year, you've got him unfollowing the Steelers, deleting them on off all of his social media, not blocking near the goal line, and you have Jaylen Warren calling him out for that. The one thing you cannot discount, though, is the production. He's 6th in the league in receiving yards. The hope was always, if you get George Pickens a good quarterback, that he will put up the numbers. And he's doing it. And he did it last year, save for the final game of the regular season whenever it was a weather game. But he did it with Mason Rudolph last year. Like when he's got a good trigger man, he's an elite wide receiver in football. And elite wide receivers in football are going to cost you $30-ish million a season. Are you willing to pay that money for the mercurial wide receiver? 412-928-9370. Right now, I would say no. If I'm paying a wide receiver next offseason, I think I'm going for T. Higgins. Make him say no. I think T. Higgins is a wonderful player. This season, George Pickens averaging 70 receiving yards a game. A couple years ago, T. Higgins did that. Now, it helps to have Jamar Chase on the other side, no question about it. But I think this is a number one wide receiver playing on one of only, I think, maybe 2 or 3 teams in football where he'd be the number 2. Like, I think I'd take Tyreek Hill, I would take Jefferson, and I would take Jamar Chase. I think a lot of other places, he's wide receiver number 1. I would back up the Brinks truck for that guy. Now, he's had his issues, but I think more of that's contract related. I don't want to take George Pickens' competitive fire either. He's wrestling guys. Looks like he's on bath salts trying to eat a defensive back's neck against the Baltimore Ravens. He maddeningly doesn't always run after interceptions. For all those reasons, I don't think right now I can pay the guy. I'm willing to have my mind change the rest of the year. Callis made a really good devil's advocate counterpoint to me saying, hey, Russ and him seem to have this relationship, and Russ is a big-time deep ball thrower, and he's a big-time deep ball catcher. But I think, as I've just discussed, I think quarterbacks can make you. And if it's T. Higgins, there you go. They're going to need another wide receiver even if they do sign George, by the way. But would you pay him? That's not the conversation. Would you pay George Pickens $30 million a year? 412-928-9370. You're just waiting for the guy to grow up. And it looked so good for a few weeks, and we hadn't really worried about stuff for a few weeks, and then it all rears its ugly head against the Brownies. Let's go to John in Lawrenceville. Hi, John.
Hey, good morning, Adam. Yeah, no, you don't pay this guy. I mean, they traded Antonio Brown in 2019, right? I mean, and he's far less talented than Antonio Brown was, right? He's not. He's a talented wide receiver, not in Antonio Brown's league, right? And so with that precedent alone, you're going to let this guy play out, and you go draft somebody, and you go find some people in free agency, and that's it, right? His attitude and demeanor are that of a child still. If he doesn't get his way, he's going to pout. We've seen him not go complete plays before. You're not paying somebody $30 million that's going to play like that. That's foolish.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, and I'm hoping he changes my mind because I enjoy watching the player. But I said last offseason you can't win with guys like Deontay Johnson, and I don't want to be a hypocrite here. Harry?
I don't like comparisons to Antonio Brown. He was a special case, and I believe the Steelers traded him because he said, I ain't playing for the Steelers anymore. Then he met with Art Rooney, and then they were...
Well, Antonio Brown is a significantly better player than George Pickens as a maybe top 5 wide receiver of all time if you just look at his prime. He's also is a significantly bigger jackass than George Pickens.
And won a Super Bowl eventually, so
yeah, he did.
Gotta watch out for that.
Then he quit on his team, took his shirt off, and ran off into the sunset, which was one of the more bizarre things we've ever seen.
I don't like comparing those. It's not like George Pickens doesn't want to play for the Steelers, it seems. It just seems like he's pouting whenever they don't win.
He needs to shake that. I love, at times, the competitive spirit. Like, he's fighting with Newsom because he's competitive.
Yeah.
But you need to channel that to leaping over the dude's shoulders and catching a Hail Mary pass.
Prioritize team over individual in that case.
Yes. When he plays well, they have a good chance of winning. You got to get your head out of your ass. And I'm open to letting him change my mind over the course of the rest of the season. But if I had to make the decision now, what I'm going to do this offseason, I cannot pay the guy. Ernesto in McMurray, hello.
Hey, Mr. Crawley.
Hello, Mr. Ernesto.
I just want to say I love you on the station in the morning, and I actually put an Alexa in my bathroom, and my man cave for my morning routine, and I listen to you and Doran every single morning. And I only purchased it just because you guys are so talented. So
Ernesto, that made my day, but I do have to ask the follow-up. I mean, we're talking brushing teeth, showering, and dropping a deuce, right? If I get that, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
They call that the trifecta, sir. Before I get the girls on the bus, that's how I start my morning every morning. It gets me out of bed.
I appreciate that, and I'm happy to hear it. Thank you.
The Pickens situation, have you ever seen and he's talented, as I can say jackass on the air because you said it.
Yeah.
He's not as talented as jackass as AB was, so you give him the money. But with Pickens, tell me one receiver that's ever, pulled his head out of his butt and got it together. We're waiting for him to mature, but is he ever really gonna? I mean, do a risk assessment on it. Do you pay him that money? Do you allocate those resources to him?
My guess is that he's not going to change, and you're just going to have to deal with it, the production and what comes with it. And I don't think I want to deal with that. I think I'd rather allocate the resources differently. Thank you, Ernesto, and for all the kind words, and happy pooping. 412-928-9370. I would throw a bunch of money at T. Higgins. We know they're going to be aggressive this offseason, too. I mean, they were trying to get Brandon Ayuk. There's going to be other receivers that we haven't even thought about that are going to be available on the market. And I don't think it's a bad crop of free agents even behind T. Higgins. Diggs is available at the end of the season unless he were to sign on and stay there, and I know he was hurt. There's a bunch of guys. Godwin, who I think's a good player. There's some good players available this offseason. And I'm not ruling it out completely, but to answer my own question, if I had to make the decision today, I don't know that you win consistently with guys with the mindset of George Pickens. 412-928-9370. All right, we'll take more of your calls on this. We're also going to go around the NFL coming up next. It is 8:46. Now's the time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. And, of course, the Fan Morning Show, always, always, always brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Baltimore Ravens now have 8 wins on the season after beating the Los Angeles Chargers last night on Monday Night Football. Steelers are 8-3. They're still up above in the AFC North. They're leading the division. The Ravens, with 8 wins, though, just that much closer with their 8-4 record. The Chargers lost, so that puts them down to 7-4 now on the season. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
Have you found your dream home? Gina Giampetro has the program to help you buy it now with cash in hand and a no contingency bid. Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price. You grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news on 28. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. The earlier accident has been cleared. The left lane back open on inbound Route 28 at RIDC Park. Just watch for some leftover delays back around the Harmer interchange. Meanwhile, we did have an earlier vehicle fire in North for Sale, still tying up the intersection of Warren Drive and Route 30 Lincoln Highway, and a transformer explosion on the Morningside end of the 62nd Street Bridge. Crews are on the scene there. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill and the Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now, during our Black Friday sale, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Plus free home delivery when you add a base. And Cyber Monday. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This season, Giant Eagle is your one-stop shop for all your holiday festivities. From fresh produce, meat and seafood, bakery, and prepared food, Giant Eagle is the place where all your gatherings start. Deals for days means tons of discounts on all your favorite celebration items, snacks, and everyday essentials you need. Featured items will only be available at these amazing prices for a limited time. So don't miss out on Giant Eagle and Market District's deals for days for the holidays. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $340 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $215 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires January 2nd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Mac.bid is where you can save up to 80% off retail. But keep that to yourself, because you don't want the bidding competition. If anyone asks, you need to lie, deceive, fib, and fabricate some falsehoods pronto. They want me to tell everyone that Mac.bid is here. You should tell no one.
If you're still watching sports from your couch, stop playing around and get into the game at Permane Brothers. They've upgraded their screens and sports streams with top subscriptions like NFL Sunday Ticket. So get comfy at Permane Brothers for great game day deals on food and drinks. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
Gatorade, the world's most popular sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It feels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you? Find Gatorade at your local Giant Eagle and Market District stores. Gatorade and Giant Eagle are proud supporters of high school football in Western Pennsylvania and athletes everywhere. Gatorade, is it in you?
Did you know you can spend your PA taxes to fund a scholarship for a child in need and get a 90% tax credit refund? Through Blocks, BLOCS, you can redirect your state tax liability, fund a scholarship, direct it to the private or Catholic school of your choice, and receive a 90% refund on that donated amount. It's a simple process, and you can fund a scholarship that will change a child's life. Tax credit slots are filling up fast, and you must make your commitment by December 23rd. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
Looking for the perfect holiday gift? Give your loved ones peace of mind on the road with a AAA gift membership for only $35. Stop by your local AAA branch or visit online at AAA.com/gift. Limited time offer, restrictions apply.
Permane Brothers just upgraded their screens and sports streams. There's no better place to watch the game. They've even got NFL Sunday Ticket and great deals on your game day favorites like domestic pitchers for $9.99. Permane Brothers, now serving more sports.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Cale Berger, who hosts the show with Amanda Gorecki on Y108, just popped in here saying someone called in saying that they've had chili dogs on Thanksgiving for the last 12 years because the husband, the father, does not like turkey. And I'm wondering if you have any strange Thanksgiving Day traditions that you'd like to pass along. We could have some fun with that at 412-928-9370. Feel free to text those in. If you want to call up about that, that's fine too.
You know what I was pleased about?
What?
Kel knew I own a van now.
Okay, very good. Let's go around the NFL. It's brought to you by Champ Tires, Pittsburgh trusted tire source since 2009. If the season ended today, the Steelers would take on the Los Angeles Chargers in the first round of the playoffs, and I don't love that. Don't love it. I think Jim Harbaugh is a hell of a coach. I think Justin Herbert is a hell of a quarterback. Justin Herbert has been playing good football. His wide receivers stink. Quentin Johnson with 3 costly drops last night. But he doesn't turn the ball over a lot. Herbert doesn't. They've unleashed him after the bye week. The running game is strong, although Dobbins did get nicked up and left the game last night. Their defense is really good. I would much rather play the Broncos. I would much rather play the Ravens. Or if the Steelers don't win the division, it's not all lost because I think they'd go on the road and have a really good chance of beating Houston. But the team that I really, really don't want to play out of that bunch I just mentioned is the Los Angeles Chargers. I know they lost last night. Everyone seems to have problems with the Ravens unless you're the Steelers. Steelers have held the Ravens to their lowest point total of the season. They did that against a good defense last night, and Harbaugh was super aggressive going for it on his own 16-yard line down in the game before the 2-minute warning at the half. Well-coached game by him because it wasn't against Tomlin. That's why I'd take the Steelers over the Ravens. Give me the Ravens in the playoffs, especially at Acrisure. Give me the Steelers even on the road against Houston. Give me Bo Nix, a rookie, in a playoff game, even though he's played better. But dear God, I'm not saying the Steelers can't beat the Chargers. They already have. Different Steelers team, different Chargers team. All right, one more thing for around the NFL. Shabuzi playing the halftime show tomorrow in the Lions-Bears game. And he's billed as country superstar Shabuzi. And he's got that one song, Callis. Everybody in the bar getting...
Heard that song too much.
See, it's actually a song that even though it's been played a lot, I don't mind. It makes me want to party. It makes me want to get going. I don't mind the song. I like the song. It has not been played out for me.
Well, see, that's on brand for you. I, for one, do not like to party 24/7.
That's true, unless there's a van involved. I just never thought of the guy as a country artist. And maybe I'm just ignorant. Maybe I haven't heard enough of his music, but the bar song? That ain't no country music. There's a violin or a fiddle in the background. That doesn't make a song country. Maybe I'm wrong. He'll play that song, though, and I'll be dancing along. All right, that's Around the NFL, brought to you by Champ Tires. Coming up next, Steelers have a massive 2-game stretch ahead of them. The Bengals, the Browns. I think they're both must-win games, and maybe that's obvious from a mathematical standpoint. If you're trying to win the AFC North, it's more than that to me. I'll tell you why. And I also wonder how you think they'll fare in these games at 412-928-9370. Do you have faith that they can win these next 2 games? 412-928-9370. That's next. Your calls as well. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Sutton Chevrolet. It's here. The Chevy Red Tag event now through December 2nd. 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 55.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This fall, escape to the mountains for the ultimate gaming getaway and the perfect chance to win big at the casino at Nemacolin. This season, experience explosive jackpot prizes like black and gold football tickets, free play, and a brand new Ford F-350 Tremor. Featuring the newest slots, thrilling table games, and a stunning high roller lounge, your next big jackpot is waiting for you at the casino at Nemacolin. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Download the Parmar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Parmar stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
By the time you're finished listening to this Pepsi Zero Sugar, you'll be 15 seconds closer to kickoff. Stock up now. Steelers game day is so close, you can almost taste it. Steelers watching. Better with Pepsi.
It's Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Stack up the savings with deals all month. Get up to 50% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional 10% off when you buy select major appliances. And don't wait to save on string lights, starting at just $2.98 for 100 count. Shop these deals in-store or online now, because Lowe's knows deals. Appliances valid 11/6 to 12/4. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items. String lights valid 11/21 to 12/4 while supplies last.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush calming down a bit. Inbound Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East stacking solid at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Inbound Route 28, the remnants of that earlier accident near RIDC Park completely gone, but you're still heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass down toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Ravens winners last night, putting pressure on the Steelers now. They want to win the AFC North, and of course they want to. Steelers at 8-3, Ravens a half game back at 8-4. Steelers have the head-to-head tiebreaker. Steelers also 5-2 in the AFC, Ravens 5-4. So that would be the next tiebreaker. They're going to play the same number of conference games, obviously, when it's all said and done. Division record's going to come into this. So, of course, mathematically, these next two games the Steelers have are super important. You want to stack as many wins as you can. You want to stack as many AFC North wins as well as you can. But for me, it's more than just the mathematical portion of this. These are must-win games because going into that Browns game, I thought they were better than the team that would go in there and stub their toe against an awful Browns club. Maybe shame on me. Other people saw it coming. Pony saw it coming. Listeners saw it coming. Tomlin not good on the road Thursday night against divisional opponents. Steelers of late not good on the road in Cleveland, plus the weather side of things. People saw it coming. I didn't. I thought this Steelers team was different. Thought it was different with Russ at the helm. I thought Tomlin had been having one of the best coaching seasons, frankly, of his career. Front runner for Coach of the Year. I thought this team was different. Well, now there's doubt. It's not just that they lost that game, it's how they lost that game. Mike Tomlin thoroughly outcoached. Mike Tomlin making just unforgivable, elementary clock management situations, just butchering them. The team, again, with a slow start. When the conditions were fine, they scored 3 points in the first half. They weren't perfect. Okay, it's the NFL. It's AFC North football. But the conditions were not an issue for the first 30 minutes of the game. And they didn't show up. Penalties kill them. Bad sack by Russ kills them. Missing the field goal because they get the field goal unit out there late kills them. Putting Justin Fields in there on the second drive of the game. That to me is not an issue, but rushing him out there, not being decisive, seemingly that cost them, that's a killer. It's not just that they lost, it's the way that they lost, and I thought they were better than that. And so these next two games I would qualify as must-win, not just because you want to stack them and you want to get to 10-3 and you want your division wins, you want your conference wins. You have a chance to go up 2 games on the Ravens if they were to lose to the super hot Philadelphia Eagles. All that, of course, obviously you roll it in there. They must win these 2 games to show me that they are who I thought they were before that Cleveland game. It's not going to totally make up for it. It's always going to be there sitting in your crock because you know they're capable of losing to anybody then. But if you win the next 2, you get to 10-3, you look the part in the process, I can believe in this team again. They're a road dog at Cincinnati. Going up against a quarterback that has at times played very well against them, who, if the team was doing any better, would be front and center in the middle of the MVP conversation. Like, this is not going to be an easy game. And because of that, going in there, knowing everything's on the line for Cincy, it's absolutely a must-win for them. Every game now on is a must-win for them. It would show me something if the Steelers go in there and do that and then turn right around and take care of business against Cleveland. You need to win these games to be AFC North Division champion when it's all said and done. But you got to win these games to show me that you are the true contender I thought you were before the Cleveland game. You need to earn back my confidence. Now, the question, do you think the Steelers are going to sweep these 2 games? 412-928-9370. I got a bad feeling about this Bengals game. A bad feeling. The Bengals got ping pong table back in their locker room now, guys. They're taking this one very seriously. They want to lighten the mood in there. They want to make it fun again in Cincinnati. They got the ping pong table out, according to Zach Taylor. Wants to keep it loosey-goosey. They have a championship caliber offense, do the Bengals. They have a horrific defense. I think in order to win this game, you need to win a shootout. And prior to the Cleveland game, I just said, you know what? I have faith the Steelers can go and win a shootout and beat some of these good teams around the NFL. They scored a bunch of points against the Jets. They scored against the Giants. The Ravens game is the Ravens game. You get dragged into the mud or you drag them into the mud. It always seems to finish 17-15, 18-16, something like that. But to go into Washington, they're not as good as I thought they were, but to go in on the road and you outscore them to win the game, yeah, they gave me faith that they could win a shootout type affair. But, man, that Baltimore defense ain't great shakes. The Cleveland defense was good last year, hadn't been good at all this year. And I know they got Myles Garrett, blah, blah, blah. They were bad this season, couldn't stop the run. And the Steelers scored 19 points. Spare me the weather excuse. They actually put up points in the second half. It was the first half where they shot themselves in the foot. These are must-win games if you are a true, legit, bona fide AFC contender. But I don't know that I have a lot of faith that they're going to go into Cincinnati and put up the requisite number of points to win. I think you got to outscore them. It's a bad defense. So are the last two. They've got real, legit red zone issues. They've got real, legit short yardage issues. You got to convert. You got to hold the ball. You got to put drives together, and you got to score when you get down there. I'm not saying anything you guys don't know. Do you have faith that they're going to sweep these two games? 412-928-9370. And then beyond that, you need to stack those wins now. You need to get to 10-3, I think, before you go on the road to Philly, on the road to Baltimore, and then on Christmas, the defending two-time Super Bowl champions. If you go in there instead of at 10-3, or I guess, 10-3, if you go in there and you're 9-4, things get dicey, not just to win the AFC North. They start getting real dicey, and you're in the wild card conversation all of a sudden. So do you agree these are must-win games? Do they need to show you something? And what's your faith that they can get it done? 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring on that fan hotline. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. You can also text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We also have people texting in their weird Thanksgiving traditions. And somebody texted in, my grandfather was an off-the-boat Italian. We had Italian food every Thanksgiving, lasagna, spaghetti, meatballs, etc. I like that. My wife's grandparents are off-the-boat Italians, and there's always some elements of that as well. I don't think you need to have turkey and stuffing or mac and cheese or any of that to have a great Thanksgiving. You just need to hang out with family. You do you. Someone texted and says, I wish every year I could fake sick, stay home, order Chinese, watch football on the couch with the dog. We used to do that every Christmas Eve, Callis, is we would go and get Chinese food, me and my family. Chinese places always open on Christmas Eve.
My family usually prepares ham. Never done Chinese.
Yeah, we used to do it every Thanksgiving. Sometimes we'd go to the movies on Christmas Eve. And then with my in-laws, they are Italian, like I just said, would do the 7 fishes. And now that became one of my favorite meals of the year. You familiar with the tradition of the 7 fishes?
No.
You have to have 7 fish. It's good luck. But they call it fishes, you know. Texter, we get it, Crowley. Every game is important. Another texter, the overreacting you do is dramatic. You don't think these are both must-win games? Like you're playing a 4-7 team. I know Joe Burrow's the quarterback. I know it's tough. I know you're an underdog. You're telling me you don't think these are must-win games? 4-7 followed up by 3-8 after you didn't take care of business the first time against a 2-8 football team, and then you got Philly, and then you got Baltimore, and then you got Kansas City. You got to get the easier ones while you can. And again, this is not easy, but it's easier than that.
I have a point because I think I understand what they're saying, but it's a difference between do I have faith that they're going to make the playoffs or do I have faith they're going to make a playoff game? Like, even if they lose to the Bengals, I'm not worried that they're going to miss the playoffs. What I'm worried about is
it gets dicey real quick. You lose to the Bengals. Now you're sitting at 8-4.
That's not dicey.
Again, you're sitting at 8-4.
I'm sorry,
losers of 2 straight.
You're asking for a second opinion.
Yes, to debate, and I'm debating.
Okay.
Welcome to radio.
Right. I don't think 8-4 is dicey. 8-7 is dicey. 8-4 is not dicey.
Yeah, you think they're going to Philly and winning that game?
Crazier things have happened.
I haven't done it since 1965. Go to Philly and win. Then you're on the road at Baltimore, and I know they've had Baltimore's number, but people were telling us, the short week thing, going to a divisional opponent, that matters. Well, okay, you got 6 days between Philly and then going on the road to Baltimore.
So you've just assumed, your perspective comes from your assumption that they're just going to lose 3 in a row.
No, not at all. These should be and are, in fact, easier ball games than that 3 games in 11-day disaster they got coming at the end of the year. Like, that's why the first Cleveland game was so important. 2-8, 4-7, and then hopefully a team you were going to play that was you would have beaten already, but you have them at home. Like, this is the easiest 3-game stretch of the season. You got to take care of business against bad football teams. And while Cincinnati can beat you, no doubt, they got good players. They are 4-7. That's a fact. You got to get these games.
I think you're overreacting too, just a smidge. We should be frustrated at them losing against the Browns.
So you're saying you're going to give them another pass to lose one of these 2 games?
No. I'm saying, though, you're saying if they lose, assuming that they lose. This is a big game. I will have less faith in their ability I'll have less faith in their ability to maneuver the playoffs if they lose this game. That's more what I'm worried about.
But that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, that's why, to me, these are must-win games, Callis.
It sounds like you are.
These games are must-win games, Callis, because if you lose to the Browns and Bengals back-to-back after that wonderful 8-2 start, they're not who I thought they were. They're not as good as I thought.
Right, but see, that's my point. I think the overreaction comment comes in because you make it sound like they wouldn't make the playoffs if they lose this game because they're going to lose a bunch of others subsequently. And I think that's where the overreaction comes in.
Actually, what I said is you now play yourself into a position where you're fighting for a wild card and not fighting for the division. 412-928-9370. You got to win this game. And you can't convince me you can afford to lose to Cleveland again. These are the 2 most important games of this season. You win them both, you are a playoff team. I think 10-7, with what your conference record will be at that point, 7-2, you're getting in. You lose one of these games, and it gets dicey down the stretch, and you're going to have to pick off someone that is not going to be easy to pick off. Do you have faith that they are going to win these next 2? And do you see it my way, that these are must-win games? 412-928-9370. A texter rightly points out, not only have they not won in Philly since 1965, they usually get their asses royally kicked there. Steelers in 08, when they won the Super Bowl, went in there, Ben got sacked 9 times, including Brian Dawkins doing his best Bobby Orr impression. There's not a game on the schedule I say they're definitely going to lose, except for that one. I just don't see it. What say you? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls on that, your reaction when we come back. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Baltimore Ravens won yesterday over the Los Angeles Chargers, making them 8-4 now. They're just a half game back of the Steelers, who have an 8-3 record right now. The Ravens have not had their bye week yet. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. I just found out Daisy Sour Cream launched French onion and ranch sour cream dips. I love these dips and these new dips from Daisy Sour Cream. Well, they're a game changer. They taste just as good as if they're homemade. They're made with Daisy Sour Cream, real herbs and spices. The new dips from Daisy Sour Cream are made with ingredients you can find in your kitchen and nothing more. So do what I do on game day. You got Pittsburgh, Cincinnati on Sunday. Put your feet up, grab a bowl of chips, and make sure you've also got your new Daisy Sour Cream French Onion and Ranch dips.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
You might not consider yourself a tech expert, but you can still protect yourself from online scammers with McAfee Total Protection. From fake delivery text to bank alerts, scams are everywhere. That's where McAfee Total Protection steps in. McAfee will help keep your devices and identity safer and your private info private. Visit McAfee.com/online protection and get up to 79% off award-winning online protection. This Black Friday Cyber Monday deal won't last. Offer ends 12/4/24. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
1 in 8 people, including 1 in 6 children under the age of 18 in southwestern Pennsylvania, are food insecure. Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with 1,000 partners in 11 counties across the Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive. If you are in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer or donate, visit PittsburghFoodBank.org.
Shop the Black Friday Bash at ShorkeyChevy.com. Only your Chevy truck headquarters has new 24 Silverado crew cabs up to $12,000 off. Or choose low 0% financing. Want more? There's also 0% financing on all new 24 Equinox or on any EV model. Your red tag deal, your way. What a great day. Murraysville and the North Hills, ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Target Black Friday deals are here. And with up to 50% off gifts, you can make so many wishes come true. There's up to 50% off tech, video games, toys, and board games for gifts filled with wonder. Plus up to 50% off small appliances, floor care, holiday trees, and so much more. You'll even save on all the essentials to get your house ready for the magic of the season. And there's free shipping when you spend $35. Save more on gifts with Black Friday deals. Happier holidays from Target. Restrictions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single-line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This
is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Detroit's Lions top my power rankings this week. Kansas City seemingly can't lose if Patrick Mahomes has last licks. Josh Allen is Buffalo's Superman, while Minnesota's Sam Darnold has gone from reclamation to resurrection. And Saquon Barkley is Philadelphia's missing piece. The Ravens, Packers, Pittsburgh Steelers, Broncos, and the Chargers round out my top 10. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now, and Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide for free. It explains how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some problems still in the late morning rush. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. We do have an accident reported. This is in Scott Township on Forsyth Road near the intersection with Green Tree Road, so watch for delays. Inbound 28, you are jammed right now approaching the East Ohio Street off-ramp, and it's stacking traffic all the way back toward the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway West, you're jammed approaching the runaway truck Sandpile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East stacking near Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For healthy holiday recipes, visit @Awaken180 on all social channels. Free recipes showing you how tasty losing weight can be. Paige and all the Awaken 180 coaches want to wish you and your family a happy, healthy Thanksgiving.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I said that the upcoming 2-game stretch for the Steelers is must-win, and people are pushing back on me on social media. They're pushing back on me on the text line.
Don't forget Callis.
Callis is pushing back on me. And I don't think what I've said is controversial at all. Like, here's a response from Michael on Twitter, @_Adam Crowley. Because must-win is a stupid phrase to begin with, unless it is a literal must-win to make the playoffs. Why does it matter if you believe they're a serious contender? What if they lose the next 2 but win the final 4? Okay, if you think they're going to go lose to the Browns, then lose to the Bengals, and lose to the Browns again, and then go on to beat Philadelphia and Kansas City and Baltimore and Cincinnati, then I want a little bit of what you're smoking. And I mean that. Share. You can DM me on Twitter as well, @_Adam Crowley. We've also been soliciting voicemails all morning long. It's super easy. You go on the Odyssey app.
They're called voice messages.
Damn it. And I've been yelled at for saying it incorrectly. I sound like an 85-year-old man when I say, leave me a voicemail. Hey, why don't you write me a letter? We'll do a weekly letter segment. Letters for Santa, but instead of Santa, it's Crowley. What a dope. You're right. Thank you for correcting me. You just go in your Odyssey app, upper right-hand corner. It says leave a voice message, and you can do what Tim did, which is leave a voice message.
I'm hearing a lot of fear from you, Crowley, but what you forget is we unleash hell in December.
Thank you, Tim. You can leave your voice messages on the Odyssey app. I just think contenders, you bounce back from what was an ugly Thursday performance. Show all of us that you're contenders. Don't you want to believe in the Steelers? You lose one of these 2 games, it's going to be tough to believe.
See, what you said,
it's going to look like they've looked the last few years. Good enough to make the playoffs or good enough to contend for the playoffs. They haven't won a playoff game in 7 years, and they've lost frequently to lesser competition. One thing generally has led to the other.
See,
go take care of a 4-7 football team, and then go beat a 3-8 football team.
What you're saying there is different from must-win. Must-win just pisses people off.
They're must-win games. Got to have them. Jason La Canfora going to be joining us coming up in about 10 minutes here, our Odyssey NFL insider. His Ravens were able to get it done last night against the Chargers, but we'll take a sharp right turn right now because we got something very important going on here at 93.7 The Fan. We're hosting a fundraiser for the Women's Center and Shelter of Greater Pittsburgh. Imagine waking up in a strange location with none of your personal belongings on Christmas Day because you had to flee for your safety. Unfortunately for many women and children in Western PA, that's a reality. So what we're doing through December 13th is we're going to collect gift cards for women and children in need. It's our Fan for the Win campaign. We assist victims of domestic abuse. We're going to be broadcasting live from several locations throughout the holiday season, Target, Walmart, Giant Eagle, etc. So there's a bunch of different drop-off locations. I'll post the link on my Twitter @_Adam Crowley after this segment. You can also donate online at the link I'm going to post. And we are joined by one of the businesses that's helping out, Dan Gronkowski, former NFL player, brother of Rob Gronkowski, owner of G&G Fitness Equipment, kind enough to be a part of this and kind enough to join us today. You wanted to come on because Doran was going to be here. You're both former Lions, Dan, but unfortunately Doran out sick today. How are you?
Good. Thanks for having me, guys. And, yeah, I was hoping to say what's up to Doran. Never met him, but when I looked, he actually picked up my number at the Lions. After I got traded the next year, he took number 82. So not only we're on the same team, same position, he got there a year later and had the same number. So, yeah, that would have been cool to catch up there.
You still hold a special place in your heart for the Lions? Like, will you be rooting for them on Thanksgiving and beyond?
Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, I'm here in Buffalo, and we're rooting on the Bills, our home team. But, yeah, it's cool when you're drafted by a team and when you go in there as a rookie, that's probably the best year that you can have in the NFL because you're with a group of guys. So once you start getting traded and everything, it kind of gets a little more business feeling, but
sure.
Definitely a good feeling with the Lions when I got drafted, actually, Stafford's year, and he's still playing, which is unbelievable, but good stuff for sure.
Dan Gronkowski, owner of G&G Fitness Equipment, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Now, you guys have 4 G&G Fitness Equipment locations, McMurray, Cranberry, Penn Center, and McKnight Road. Tell us a little bit about your business, Dan.
Yeah, so I'm not actually the owner. It's our father. He started in 1990.
Gotcha.
So, and in Buffalo, New York, expanded to Pittsburgh. We got 14 locations in the Northeast. But, I mean, that was really the backbone of our family when our dad started getting us into training when it wasn't as popular for kids to train. Well, not even kids, more high school. But really taught us that and said, hey, get in the basement, get in the weight room, and this is what's going to take you to the next level. So we were fortunate to have that equipment our whole life. That's kind of why he started the business back in the day. And now we're still rolling about 35 years later. Got a bunch of stuff going on. We got our 4 locations there, but we also set up gyms all through Pittsburgh and about 12 other states throughout the area as well. So not only retail, we got a big commercial presence as well.
You know, Dan, I hear you say, like, you can work out at home and you get the equipment and you set up at home. And I think for a lot of people traveling, trying to take time out of your day, fitting in a hectic schedule can make it hard to go to a gym every single day for some. For me, it's the embarrassment of looking like I do and then trying to throw weights around. It was that sort of the impetus for your business and what keeps you thriving today.
Yeah, exactly. My dad, in 1990, he opened the business because he couldn't find good fitness equipment. He wanted to look good. He wanted to feel good. That's kind of our whole motto is get quality, good fitness equipment and use it for your home to feel better about yourself and look good, all about health. So that's how the business started. We got the 4 locations there. Got to obviously plug that. It is Black Friday. We got the biggest sales of the year going on all the treadmills, ellipticals, all that stuff. So come on by for sure.
Dan, appreciate you jumping on. We'll pass on the words to Doran. And thank you so much for being part of the Fan for the Win campaign.
Yep. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
You too. Dan Gronkowski, the brother of Gronk, Rob Gronkowski. 4 locations, McMurray, Cranberry, Penn Center, and McKnight Road. Website is livefit.com. I never want to work out at the gym. I always do home exercises because I am a twig.
Do you actually do Home exercises, though.
No.
And you don't come out and play pickleball or basketball with me either.
That's right.
Haven't played wiffle ball with me yet.
I can't believe so many people are saying that this is not a must-win game for this. That's not even a hot take. Sometimes you're like, oh, I know, I'll get the people going with this one.
I understand what people are saying, though. It's not like if they lose, it's not like the playoff hopes are completely trashed.
Correct.
So it's not a must-win.
It's a total uphill battle if you don't take care of business against the teams.
But an uphill battle does not still mean a must-win. You still have opportunities to win games.
You know what? You can have your must-wins. I got my must-wins. This is my must-win. Win this one, beat Cleveland, get to 10-3, and now we're serious again.
They're still serious now.
Not serious, no.
They're still
unserious.
I think your view is slanted because you're still mad that they lost on Thursday.
Yes!
Well, again,
it was unacceptable to lose that one, and to lose another game that I would put on the same level as that. Yes, unacceptable.
Just because Adam,
enough out of you.
Just because Crowley's mad doesn't mean that the reality of those words must win needs to change.
No, that's right. Go ahead and lose one of these two games. Then we got a ton of faith they're going to go beat Baltimore on the road, or going to beat the Eagles on the road. They haven't done it since '65. No, go ahead. Lose two of these games, and then feel great about stuff going forward. We're all just sing Kumbaya. We'll all hold hands here on the subway. I mean, get the hell out of here. All right, Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL Insider, going to join us next. Thanks to Dan Gronkowski. And I'll put that link up for the fan for the win campaign right now. Right now, it is a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This just in the definition of must win. Okay, no. Kidding. Come on now. The Baltimore Ravens did win, though, yesterday against the Los Angeles Chargers, making the Ravens 8-4. Now on the season, the Chargers fall to 7-4, and the Steelers are 8-3. So that's two teams in the AFC North right now that have 8 wins. That feature was on Monday night yesterday. Thursday Night Football coming up. There's actually 3 features for Thursday, so it's not quite Thursday night because it's Thanksgiving. But there are 3 features of NFL games that you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have all 3 Thursday games, Thanksgiving Thursday games, here on The Fan, courtesy of Westwood One's coverage. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
I'm Ryan Horvat, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Never count out Mike Tomlin as an underdog. The Bengals are reeling. They've dropped 2 straight games. Their playoff hopes are hanging by a thread. And meanwhile, the Steelers are clawing their way to the top, fighting to claim the AFC North crown. Now, the BetQL 5-star model likes the Steelers, plus 2.5. The Ryan Horvat 5-star model likes the Bengals. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Getting cold, getting into that season. Oh, yeah, you need that four-wheel drive. You do. All-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, get it. Schultz Ford. They got a bunch of locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin. Always online, schultzford.com. Schultz Ford in Wheeling, too. They're doing a booming business down there. So check it out. Gigantic selection of inventory. Get in that Explorer. Get in that Expedition. F-150, great in the snow. Grab that. So much out there. Like I said, that selection of inventory can't be beaten. Do yourself a favor. Go online and check out all you want. Look at the selection, look and see what you want, or drive out to one of those dealers and see what you like. Custom orders, too. Inquire about that if you're looking for something there. A Raptor, perhaps? I have a couple of friends who got a few of those trucks, and man, are they sharp. So again, Schultz Ford, everything you want. The service can't be beat. The people are just incredible. Check it all out and everything at schultzford.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare and you want out, you need to get the facts. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshares permanently, and he may be able to help you too. Call right now, and Chuck will send you a timeshare exit information guide for free. It explains how your timeshare works and all your options for cancellation. You want to call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
The holidays are here at the Home Depot. If you're working on getting ready for company,
a lot of company,
make sure you're ready with Black Friday savings. Get up to 40% off select appliances, plus up to an extra $1,000 off select kitchen appliances. Upgrade your kitchen with top brands like GE Profile and get sleek cutting-edge appliances to make sure you've
got hosting handled.
Yeah, you do. Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances this holiday at the Home Depot. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Ravens victorious last night. They sit at 8-4. The Steelers a half game up at 8-3. And joining us now to get into it is Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora. And Jason is the host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. Jason, I thought that was a really impressive win for the Ravens last night.
Yeah.
You tweeted something to the effect of, no Roquan Smith. It's almost just a concept of a defense, and they did enough defensively. They did enough overall to get that victory. How impressive was it to you?
Yeah, it looks a big win. Another AFC loss would have been troubling here. They've got the Eagles looming this week, which is going to be really tough, and that's a tough game ahead of a bye where they've been looking at that, late Week 14 bye all year. And I kind of – it looked to me like a team that was on fumes. And look at the injury report this week going into that game. And, Linderbaum wasn't practicing normally, and Travis Jones wasn't really practicing at all. And it was clear Roquan wasn't going to play, and that was a big ask. And look, the Dobbins injury I think was huge, and Quentin Johnson not being able to catch the football was huge. And there could have been more asked of that defense and more stress put on them than it was. But since they've moved Kyle Hamilton and Ardarius Washington back as their two primary deep safeties, they actually play zone defense now, and it's not abject failure. Like in that game, Justin Herbert averaged 2.9 air yards per attempt against zone defense. That's far and away his lowest of the season. And so for 2 straight weeks now, they've held Russell Wilson and Justin Herbert in check when they've tried to push the ball down the field. They're not hemorrhaging deep yards anymore. So, that's a serious step in the right direction. So, yeah, and offensively, look, the Chargers are a lot like the Bills. They're lighting the ass up front. They don't have the two gappers to handle a heavy load of a 300-pound fullback and a 250-pound running back lining up in the eye under center. And that's what they got, and they got it in volume, almost 40 carries. And I figured that, styles make fights, and if the Ravens were able to get volume with the under center runs with those two on the field, that it would go a long way for them. And it certainly did. They destroyed them in short yardage.
Who's got the inside track to win the AFC North? I know the Steelers beat the Ravens. I know that the Ravens have a 5-4 mark in the conference. The Steelers at 5-2, but this Steelers schedule is an absolute gauntlet in the last 6 games. Who do you favor right now?
I favor Pittsburgh because they win these head-to-head games at a historic rate. So is it going to be easy coming here on a Saturday right before Christmas? No, it's not. But Mike Tomlin will be a road dog in that game, and Mike Tomlin is a road dog. That kind of brings out the best in them. So it'll be an ugly game, like they always are. I'm going to say Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh got the one bad division loss out of the way. If they can hold serve in the division, they're going to win the division. And I went and looked this up because a lot was talked about last week. Mike Tomlin Thursday nights on the road in the division, right? They don't win those games. Like that's the bugaboo. So I went back and looked at all their divisional road games the last 10 years, right? I went back to 2014. In their last 29 AFC North road games, guess how many times they've lost 2 in a row?
I'm going to say 0.
Once.
Damn it.
Once in the COVID year.
Wow.
Once. So, like, will they be up for this Bengals game? I think so. And it's a bye for the Bengals, but it's kind of sort of it's a mini bye.
Well, they got the ping pong table back, Jason. I don't know if you saw that. The Bengals got a ping pong table.
Yeah,
so
I didn't factor that into my handicap.
No, how many times have they taken on a ping pong team on the road the next week? I mean,
that I don't
disaster.
know. That I don't know. But yeah, look, I'm sure it'll go down to the wire. But until I see Lamar Jackson play against Pittsburgh and Kansas City like he plays against everybody else, then I'm inclined to take the other side. And that's one of the rare times that I wouldn't be I wouldn't be favoring or backing Lamar.
I'm interested in your thoughts on this. I think I know which way you're going to go, but that's why you asked the questions. I mean, you or anybody that you talked to, I guess, since the Thursday night debacle for the Steelers, does it have you looking at them any differently, or is it just, hey, Thursday night road weather kind of deal?
I'm looking at Arthur Smith, and there's people in that building looking at Arthur Smith. Like, come on now, Hoss. Like, if we're going to use Fields, let's use him to run the ball in the red zone, not come in cold on 3rd and long and throw it. Like, why is Warren not yet the feature? Like, what's got to happen to get Warren the ball more when it's dictated? And in that game, he was the better option in the pass game and in the run game, but like, what's up with his snap counts? Some of the personnel usage, not just at running back, but inside the red zone. Like, why are we taking some big bodies off for smaller? Like, I think there's a sense that they could be orchestrating that offense at a higher level than it is. And that's not exonerating the quarterbacks, the quarterback play. And it's not going to say, I'm not telling you they've got the best offensive roster in the world, but didn't seem like he really was ready to adapt to the way that game was playing out and who was looking better in that game based on the snow and the Browns being as fired up as they were. And Myles Garrett pretty much eating their tackles for lunch. Like, it's a whole lot of astute adjustments being made.
Yeah, he ate enough that he's still digesting today. So just to make sure I'm hearing you right, people in the building not happy with the way that it went with Arthur.
Well, I think they feel like more could be done. Yeah, like hey man, like let's try to reassess what we're doing in game and how quickly maybe we're ready to deviate from how we thought this was going to go. You know what I mean? Or what we thought the script was going to be to what's actually going to work in this situation.
Awesome stuff as always, Jason. We will talk to you next week, and happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. We always appreciate having you on.
Thank you.
All right. Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Odyssey original podcast In the Huddle. Insider calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. And my, that got very interesting at the end. We'll react to that. People in the building not thrilled about Arthur Smith in the game he called against the Cleveland Browns. We'll break that down when we come back. Social media's biggest loser brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. And right now, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Ravens have the same amount of wins right now after the Ravens beat the Los Angeles Chargers on Monday Night Football last night. And the Steelers, remember, they lost to the Browns last week. So, Thursday Night Football is, it's not going to be Thursday night. There's going to be 3 features coming up on Thursday for Thanksgiving Thursday, and all 3 games can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can listen on the radio or on the Odyssey app. More fun headlines? Go to 937thefan.com.
The Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems on inbound Route 28. We have a crew blocking a lane right around the exit to East Ohio Street. And as a result, you have delays as far back as the Route 8 at the bypass as you try to get around it. Also in Ross Township, crews on the scene of an accident on McKnight Road on the northbound side at the exit for Old McKnight Road. So watch for delays through there. Parkway West, you're jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There are Black Friday deals, and then there are Kohl's Black Friday deals. Where else can you get 40% off Levi's, up to 50% off Sephora fragrances, and home favorites for under $10, all in the same place? And it gets better. You can score extra Kohl's cash with $15 earned for every $50 spent. Get 15% off some of your finds, and save even more with limited time doorbusters, like 50% off toys. Select styles. Offers end November 29th. Coupons do not apply to Levi's and toys. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the power of Bowser. Fall is here, and Bowser Subaru has the perfect ride for all your fall adventures. With its bold style and symmetrical all-wheel drive, the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek Sport is the ultimate fall adventure companion. Right now, lease the Crosstrek Sport from Bowser Subaru for only $297 per month. Don't wait. Visit Bowser Subaru today and take advantage of this limited time offer. VIN 2R3737322. MSRP 31651. 36-month lease. 10,000 miles per year with $29.90 due at signing. No security deposit required. Dealer doc fee of $464 applies with credit approval and financing through SMFL. Offer ends November 30th. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
We're back on the Nada Yada Island Confessions Show. Benny is about to tell us how he found two loves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks to Metro, I found iPhone 12 and Apple Watch SE.
At Metro, get the perfect match of both iPhone 12 with 5G and Apple Watch SE for only $99.99. You heard that right. Both for just $99.99. Holidays with Nada Yada Yada. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number and ID, sign up for Metro Flex Plus, and add a watch line. Not available if you're with T-Mobile or been with Metro in the past 180 days. Limit 2 per account.
Sullivan Super Service 23rd Annual Food Drive is going on now. All essential items welcomed. Every dollar donated will provide 3 healthy meals to families, veterans, and seniors facing hunger in southwestern Pennsylvania. As a thank you, Sullivan will give you $25 off your next repair if you make either a monetary or food donation. Home must be owner-occupied and located in Allegheny County. For more details, visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, serving and uplifting the Pennsylvania area for more than 60 years.
Tired of spending money on copays? UPMC First Care offers $0 copays for your first in-person and virtual PCP and specialist visits, $0 copays for all in-person and virtual behavioral health visits, and $0 copays for all virtual urgent care visits. Choose UPMC First Care for affordable health care that puts individuals and families first. Visit upmchealthplan.com/marketplace today to enroll. Enrollment ends December 15th for coverage starting January 1st.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The sports calendar is heating up, and there's no better place to get in on the action than ESPN Bet Sportsbook. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and for a limited time, also unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus to stream exclusive live sports. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, right route? Route 19 in Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. So excited to get to the topic that I can't speak. I also just haphazardly write myself notes throughout the show, keep my mind focused, things of that nature. And I don't know why I wrote this, but I wrote down people in the building. Oh, here's why. Jason La Canfora, Odyssey NFL Insider, host of the Odyssey original podcast, In the Huddle. He was on with us in the last segment, and he said that there are people in the Steelers building that did not like the way that Arthur Smith called that game on Thursday night. And what I picked up from that was the usage of Justin Fields. And so I think there's a ton to pull apart here, and we're going to run out of time, but Donnie Football's up for the next 4 hours with Bob Pompiani coming up next. I can't believe that the usage of Justin Fields would fall totally on Arthur Smith's shoulders and Mike Tomlin not be a part of that. I just can't buy that. I know that coordinators are going to be in charge of running packages in and out, that you're going to be in charge of running personnel in and out. Like Todd Haley, he's running tight ends out there. He's taking them off the field to play in 11 personnel, this, that, the other. Tomlin's he's not in charge of that. But when it comes to the quarterback, I would be stunned if Arthur Smith, on the final series of the game, says, no, we're throwing Justin Fields out there, and Mike Tomlin's not making that call. Like, that's got to be a head coach call. It can't be like Narduzzi said last year with Phil Jurkovec. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that. Not when it comes to the most important position in professional sports. But let's just say that it all does fall on Arthur Smith's shoulders. Let's buy that piece of what Jason La Canfora was selling. Mike T, you can't have that be the case. You can't put that only on the coordinator. I know he has Russ out there because he trusts Russ, and I know that they hired Arthur Smith because he was a good coordinator before and he had head coaching experience, and you want adults in the room, and they decidedly did not have that with Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada, my God. But that can only go to a point. If that's the case, that people are upset within that building that Arthur Smith used Justin Fields the way he did and when he did, then they also got to be mad at Mike Tomlin for giving him the final say-so on that. I'm sorry. I just can't believe that would only be an Arthur Smith decision. I can't believe it. And if it is, then shame on Mike Tomlin. You have to be the judge, jury, and executioner when it comes to all things quarterback. And if you're leaving it up to Arthur Smith, that is a bad situation. Oh, man, much more on this tomorrow on the show. That's a ton to unpack. If you believe Jason, and I do because Jason is tapped in. Been tapped in for a long time. It's why we have him on the show. I understand why anybody in the building would be mad about some fourth down decisions, but those fall on Tomlin too. If you want to be mad about the execution or the personnel you have out there or the play calling, okay, that happens every week. Players will be mad. Other people in the organization will be mad. Man, I wish we would have had that one back. Boy, I wish we would have done that differently. But if it's about Justin Fields in the decision to have him on the field trying to salt that victory away, and you're going to put that on Arthur Smith, and Mike Tomlin's going to throw his hands up, and he's not going to be the one making the decision, I think that is a big, big story if true. A massive story. Tomlin, 8-2 coming into that Cleveland game, front runner for Coach of the Year. And you can trust your coordinator all you want. You can't give him that much power. That's a dereliction of duty, I say. If Tomlin signs off on it, hey, we're going to use Justin Fields here, we're going to use Justin Fields there, I'm making the call, end of the game, we're using Justin Fields. It might not be the right call. Reasonable people can agree, disagree on that. But at least it should be a call that the head coach, man, you can't put that on Arthur Smith. More on this tomorrow, my God. Perhaps more on this with Donnie Football coming up next. Hopefully Doran's back. Said he needed one more day. Pat Bostic going to join us tomorrow. Doug Whaley going to join us tomorrow. So much to get into, and we'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. It's here, the Chevy Red Tag event, now through December 2nd, 0% APR for well-qualified buyers. Full terms at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 55.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
If you're still watching sports from your couch, stop playing around and get into the game at Permane Brothers. They've upgraded their screens and sports streams to show more games than ever with top subscriptions like NFL Sunday Ticket. Your sofa doesn't have dozens of beers on tap, nor sandwiches loaded with fries and slaw. But check those cushions before you go. You've probably got enough change there for a big $1.99 slice of pizza or one of their other great game day deals. Permane Brothers. Now serving more sports.
Full house this holiday? Switch to Fios Home Internet with whole home Wi-Fi and get fully covered. That means you get the 100% fiber optic network in every room of your home with a Fios 1 gig internet plan. Perfect for when your extended family extends their stay. Call 1-800-VERIZON to switch today. Whole home Wi-Fi includes one router and Wi-Fi extender. Wi-Fi extender provided during professional setup if recommended after Wi-Fi performance analysis or shipped upon customer request after setup. May require the purchase of additional Wi-Fi extenders.
This month during the Black Friday sales event at Ron Lewis Automotive, lease a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $419 a month. 42-month lease with 10,000 miles a year, $29.99 due at signing, pending credit approval. See dealer for details on limited time coupons through 12/2/24. Tax and fees not included. Visit Ron Lewis Ram in Cranberry, Pleasant Hills, or Waynesburg, or start shopping now at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
What if I told you that an opportunity exists to take control of your PA state tax dollars? Search BLOCS. Now, Blocks is an organization which allows you to direct your PA state tax dollars towards a scholarship benefiting a student at the school of your choice. Go to blocks.org and learn how you can support private education and receive a 90% state tax refund. Learn more. Head to blocks.org, BLOCS.org now.
It's Thanksgiving, and it's my favorite holiday of the year. Great food, family time, football, and beer. And Hampton Beer Outlet is there for you. Great specials like Mick Ultra, 24-pack cans, just $19.99. Yingling Lager. How about this? 24-pack cans, just $17.99. Busch Light 30-pack cans, $19.99. So this Thanksgiving holiday, get to Hampton Beer Outlet. Best customer service, best prices. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Does it feel like someone is stabbing a knife into your heel? Does your lower back hurt more and more as the day goes on? The Good Feet store can help. Take a listen to Ann and Patrick.
I had to go nonstop from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day. Every time I stood up, pain just shot up my legs. Fortunately, I found the Good Feet store. I went to them after my doctor diagnosed me with plantar fasciitis. Now, thanks to the Good Feet store, I'm 100% pain-free.
I was in constant pain. Somehow my fiance and I found our way into the Good Feet store. Put my foot on the arch support system. I put them in my shoes, walked out of the store. All the pain was gone. My back, my knees, my ankles. Thank you. Thank you, everybody at the Good Feet store. You gave me my active life back.
Come to the Good Feet store this holiday season and give the gift of pain relief to you and your loved ones. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. FSA HSA eligible. Please check with your provider. Gift cards are available. Come in and get a free personalized fitting today.
Guys, can I let you in on a little secret? Women love to receive jewelry for Christmas. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, and I'm personally inviting you to experience Urbanowitz Jewelers, where we can help you find the perfect gift for that special lady. We offer the area's finest collection of unique diamond and gemstone jewelry and even custom designs, all at prices you can afford. Designer lines and all the elegant classics. And now, through Black Friday, you can save up to 30% on almost everything in stock. We even gift wrap. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting first-hand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Big doings heading into the midday. This report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. In Scott Township, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident. This is on Forsyth Road. It's restricted in both directions between Swallow Hill and Green Tree Roads. Also, an accident being tended to on McKnight Road in Ross Township. Watch for lane restriction near the old McKnight Road off-ramp. And work on inbound Route 28 with delays on the southbound side. You have a left lane closure approaching East Ohio Street. It's stacked back to the Route 8 at the bypass. Meanwhile, the Parkway West jammed up just past Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Damn, look how life changed. Went to the hospital for one thing. They couldn't figure it out. Now you got a whole nother problem. Sound like a medical malpractice to me. Sound like you'll be calling top dog to me. And it's a shame too. They should have got this one right. You was giving birth. Needed a C-section. They ain't do it. Tried to do it natural. The baby ain't make it. Wanna talk about pain? You don't know what pain is. Can't no money fix this. You don't know what pain is. Screaming at the doctors. Like, how you messed this up? You just gonna send me home now? Like, this is dumb. Any accident. Top dog law.
Come join me, Andrew Filippone.
And me, Patrick Peterson, 3-time NFL All-Pro cornerback on First and Pod for premier NFL coverage and conversations.
Our motto on the podcast is every team, every week, and we don't play favorites. Every episode, you get a glimpse of the entire National Football League with First and Pod. Follow and listen to First and Pod on Mondays and Fridays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ravens victorious against the Chargers 30-23 last night on Monday Night Football. Baltimore now 8-4. Same number of wins as the Steelers, as the Steelers have 3 losses, Baltimore with 4. They'll play against Philadelphia at 4:25 this upcoming Sunday. Steelers will play the Bengals at 1 o'clock, and Mike Tomlin will speak to the media programming note. It's not at noon today. It'll be with the PM guys at 2:30. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's time for Bob and Donnie Football.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Well, it is Bob Pompiani, but it is not Joe Starkey sitting across from him. And, Pomp, I hate to disappoint you, but it's Donnie Football and Bob Pompiani with you.
No, I'm looking forward to Donnie Football. This is my first voyage with Donnie Football. And I'm looking forward to it, Donnie.
I am too. I mean, I say all the time, Pomp, you are on the Pittsburgh sports media, Mount Rushmore, and you're shaking your head over there. You know it's true.
No, I'm not. I appreciate that, and anything like that people say, it makes me feel honored. But I just do my job. I try to do the best I can and still have fun. And if you have fun at your job, you can do it for a long time, I think.
And you're pulling a double dip today because Mike Tomlin talking a little bit later than usual, 2:30, the press conference, which you always host.
Yeah, that's coming up today, later than usual because I think they had a practice today. Yesterday, they normally have a practice on Mondays, but for whatever reason, that changed. And so he pushed everything back.
Do you think that's a Thanksgiving week thing, or do you think it's a not so happy about what happened last week thing?
I don't think it's that at all. I think they did a lot of stuff with film taping, all the breakdowns yesterday, that's for sure. And I think that just took over that day, and they decided, because of all this extra time they had off, to just flip-flop and make this a practice day, which normally it is not.
Off the top, that is presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Some of the stuff coming up today. We're going to react to the game last night because it certainly ties into what the Steelers are trying to accomplish. The Ravens beating the Chargers John Harbaugh versus Jim Harbaugh. If you didn't hear it mentioned about 50 times on the broadcast. Brian Batko from the Post-Gazette can't join us at the usual time he does on Tuesdays due to Mike Tomlin talking a little bit later, but Brian will join us in about 25 minutes from now. We'll get into the discussion about the Steelers and Russell Wilson, maybe a little bit about George Pickens. I also want to get Bob's take on some of these tip-off tournaments around college basketball, and specifically the one that the Pitt was in over the weekend. Maybe get into some Penguins as well, because they are off to a disaster of a start.
And they made a trade yesterday. Not the kind of trade that I think is going to make a difference.
Right.
But they made a trade.
But this from Jason Lockenfora. He joined Adam Crowley a little bit ago. So I do want to spend a few minutes on this, Bob. He said that some people inside the Steelers organization are very unhappy with Arthur Smith's play calling Thursday night in Cleveland. He also made mention that they weren't happy about the usage of Justin Fields. Specifically, I think the last usage of Justin Fields in that game where he threw a pass, a deep pass on like third and short.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing, and Crowley had the same or a similar take on this. I feel like with the way the Steelers do business, and you would know certainly better than Austin and I would know. Austin, city limits behind the glass, as always this morning.
Tight sweatshirt hoodie. I mean, tight.
But
yeah, typically my hoodies are a lot bigger.
But I feel like with the way the Steelers do things, it's not like Arthur Smith is pulling this right under Mike Tomlin's nose on Thursday. Like, are you telling me that Mike Tomlin wouldn't have given the okay on putting Justin Fields out there? Like, that doesn't seem to add up to me. And plus, the comment about the play calling is like, okay, well, he didn't call a good game. Like, that was his worst game as Steelers OC. But overall, I don't think he's done a bad job this season.
No, I think some of the problems that normally exist still exist. I keep harping on the middle of the field. I think they could utilize that part of the field a lot more. I'd like to know who is unhappy, according to Jason's report. I mean, I don't know where that comes from or who it may be. Yeah, they are. I'm sure they're all unhappy with everything in that game. They should be unhappy that their defense gave up winning points when they had the lead after coming back from that. You know, there are a lot of things not to like about it, but, you know, honestly, I think most people, not me, because I thought they would buck this trend. I thought there was so much on the line that they were going to win that game at 8-2, knowing that they get extra days off. 9-2 puts pressure on the Ravens, and if they should have lost last night, they'd have 5 losses. And now all of a sudden that lead is big. That's how much was on stake in that. But they didn't do it. They didn't win it, and I was surprised just because I don't think Cleveland's very good. I agree with George Pickens, although I can say that he shouldn't. But, you know, yeah, there were a lot of things out there I didn't. I think they're trying to force Justin Fields, Donnie, into this, sometimes at a rate that doesn't make sense. I'm to the point now where I want to see him in a specialized package and not much more than that. I still think Russell Wilson's their best choice and best means of operating this offense as far as the pass game is concerned. He seems to light up in bigger situations, and I would not take the ball out of his hands to give it to Justin Fields for that reason.
It felt disjointed, and it sounded like, based on what Russell Wilson said after the game, it was when Justin Fields would come in, it was like neither guy had an idea that was happening. So it's almost like, I mean, you see high school teams. I mean, I've seen plenty this season. You see high school teams operate things like that more smoothly, where they sub guys in and out, because it seemed like they were very disorganized. And I get, you know, short week, whatever, but that's stuff that they should have down at this point in the season. But then Russell Wilson says after the game how, like, neither he or Justin really had an idea of who was going to be in certain situations. And that sets everybody kind of off kilter a little bit. The first play Justin Fields was supposed to be in, they get a penalty. So
that's part of it, right? The confusion or the a new cadence call or somebody in there.
Yep.
Especially that 4th and 2 play. That's another one, because I think the clock was rounding down. They had to get the play off. They were a little bit unsure maybe of what they were going to do. And I thought Justin Fields went the wrong way, or something was not right on that play. So to your point, that's one of the risks you run when you do that.
Yeah, I feel like they have to get that down. you can't be more disorganized or how it looked than it was on Thursday night. But I do still like the idea of getting Fields out there for a few plays. But to what you said, they can't really get to a point where if it feels forced, then that's not going to be good. And I feel like they kind of forced him throwing the football in a couple of situations to just show the defense, oh, he'll still throw it, because teams are going to assume when this guy comes out here, he's going to run the football or it's going to be an RPO.
Mm-hmm.
And it's usually going to be somebody with the football on the ground. It's either going to be Fields or Najee Harris or Jaylen Warren. But they threw in a couple of situations there with Fields, and we don't know how much control they give the player in that situation. But I don't know. I'm hard-pressed to think that on a third and relatively short late in the game with a chance to ice it after you were down all game, that Justin Fields, of all people, decided, I'm going to throw a moon ball here. I'm just going to throw one up, and it's going to stop the clock. Cleveland won't have to use a timeout. I have a hard time thinking that he was the one that made that decision.
Yeah, I do too. But, again, that's the wrong choice at that time. If you're trying to show somebody that, look, he's in there not just because he could run, this is a wrong time to prove that point. That's too big of a down to do it on. I just think that maybe the pendulum went a little too far with Justin Fields' usage, and I think it has to come back a little. Again, I'm not saying he shouldn't be on the field. In fact, there are times I'd like to see them both on the field with him lined up in some different position, just if for no other reason, to make them think he may get the ball. What do we do here? And it could, mess around with your defensive signal call. So, to me, that was a problem, but there were a lot of problems in that game, Donnie. There really were. They started slowly again, couldn't get in, down deep. They can't do anything. I didn't like the 58-yard field goal. I do like Chris Boswell from 58. That doesn't mean, but on that situation with the wind howling the way it was.
Yeah, not in those conditions.
That was a tough one because it surrendered field position as well. So one punt, it shanked. The guy, Corliss Waitman's done a great job, really, since he's been here, and that one was the worst possible time for that to happen.
Yeah, and even after a game in which I thought Mike Tomlin had maybe his best performance of the year against the Ravens, because we give him a lot of credit when the defense does well, and they bottled up Lamar Jackson again. He comes back with his worst game of the season. I think he would acknowledge that. But that's where I am worried. I guess what I anticipated coming from that game was that there would be such an overreaction to a loss 4 days after they beat the Baltimore Ravens, who everybody has the consensus that is a Super Bowl contender, a true Super Bowl contender, and they beat that team at full strength, and Lamar Jackson looked like a scrub against the defense. They come back, they lose to the Browns, and now it's, I'm out on Tomlin, they won't win another game. Like, the overreaction is just remarkable to me, to where I'm not going to, guarantee that they win the game on Sunday, but I think people now assume they're just going to get their doors blown off. But
it's overreaction, like you said. That's what shows like this are about. People call and vent a little bit because they think, it is a week-to-week thing in the NFL. Unlike every other sport where we have games every night and you could have the other one sort of fade into the history books because you play another game the next day and the next day and the next day. This is not the case. So every game is big. I like it that way. That's why it's an attractive sport, because they're all meaningful games, which again is my point. That was a meaningful game. They should never lose to that team, and I don't think that team is very well put together, to be honest. I don't. They have some good players defensively, yes, but 2-8 with Jameis Winston as your quarterback, and not 100% healthy, I don't think. Nick Chubb, and I'm sorry, they're not as talented. Their offensive line, the Steelers should have taken advantage of that. I don't know why they didn't so much, and that's also, to me, an increasing problem. They're not putting enough pressure on quarterbacks, and if you're going to sit back and wait and say, okay, go ahead and try to figure out our zone defense, sometimes you'll get burned that way, especially with elite quarterbacks like the one they're going to face on Sunday.
Yeah, I hope that somebody brings that up today around 2:30 and questions, why aren't we seeing more creative blitz packages? Because
Minka blitz out of nowhere, or Beanie Bishop blitz, or somebody blitz.
So they did it, from what I recall, only 2 or 3 times against Cleveland, and the 2 times that I remember, it worked. The first time, Landon Roberts came in pretty delayed, but he laid a good hit on Winston. He got a throw off, but I think it was just an incomplete, pass out in the flat. And then the second time was Patrick Queen, and that led to the confusion with is it intentional grounding? Then it was illegal touching.
And he came in quickly, and that's what happens when you do that. You throw things off.
And they're just, I think, so. I don't want to say content, but it's like, okay, well, we'll just trust that TJ will get it done. Well, he doesn't always. You got double teams. You got guys chip blocking him, whatever, and he'll have a quiet game like that, and look what happens. It leaves you very vulnerable on the back end. Plus, Alex Highsmith wasn't in the game, and he's proving, I think, by injury to be even more valuable than what we had thought. But they have to mix it up there. They have to be more creative when they're coming after the quarterback, no doubt about it.
Yeah, because you want guys to be able to make plays, and sometimes when you force mistakes, a perfect example is what you described, that play with Winston. That should have been grounding. I thought it had – when it happened, I said, there's a flag, it's grounding, lost it down, all this stuff, and then all of a sudden all the intervention from, I don't know if it's the replay assist, if it's whatever's going on there, and they decided because it hit that offensive lineman or whatever, then it's an illegal touch. That leads to another decision, though. We had this discussion yesterday with Joe at 4th and 2 versus 3rd and 7. Me, personally, I might have gone 4th and 2. I don't want to give them an extra down. If you give 2 downs, knowing where they are, I think that's a little bit more risky, to me at least, than one play. And if they're going to go for it probably on both situations. So what would you have done in that situation?
See, I actually didn't fault Tomlin there for doing that because he was able to move them back, and in the back of your mind there, you're thinking, okay, if we can get a stop here, it goes from 3rd and 7 to 4th and 7, or maybe they only get a yard or two. It's 4th and 6 or 4th and 5 instead of 4th and 2. And that was just me, I think, feeling, well, this team has been perfect in short yardage 4th downs all game. They were 4 for 4. So maybe that was almost me living in the fear of, if they have another 4th and short, I don't have confidence that the Steelers can stop them there. That was one of the errors by Mike Tomlin, though, that I didn't fully blame him for.
Well, again, I'm not blaming. I just think it's a choice you make, and it didn't work because immediately they left Jerry Jeudy wide open, which is stunning to me how that happens. He was making some plays pretty much all game long, he and Njoku, and that guy's always going to do it. But anyway, it sets the stage for a very interesting next 2 weeks because they have both Cincinnati and Cleveland, and with Baltimore winning, and that I'll tell you what, I was impressed with Baltimore. I don't know about you, but I was. I thought without Roquan Smith, we went into that game in Pittsburgh. A lot of people said that's a terrible defense, and I think they're making a mistake with Cincinnati saying the same thing. I think Cincinnati has a better defensive unit than you think. I think there are circumstances that dictate what happens in games. They're gambling a lot because they've fallen behind. They come back. It's been a weird year for the Cincinnati Bengals, but I would, you got the NFL's leading sack guy on that team. And then, Joe Burrow, need I say more? He's going to score points. They better be able to keep up with that.
The fan text line, you can hit us up on there as well at 412-928-9370. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob, I'm happy you kind of transitioned us there into what happened last night because that game, it went as I sort of expected it to go, even with the Ravens being shorthanded without one of their best defensive players. I thought that they would bounce back. I feel like that's a moment for them when they get to play in prime time, when Lamar Jackson gets to play in prime time. He will take advantage and remind everybody how good of a player he is. He's going to vault right back into the MVP discussion with that game. So they beat the Chargers 30-23, but it wasn't really that close. It was a 2-score game late, and L.A. scored. John Harbaugh now 3-0 over Jim Harbaugh, by the way. And that win put the Ravens at 8-4. So now they're just a half game back of the Steelers in the AFC North. But something else I'll take out of that game is that beyond how the standings look, I don't feel all that differently, I guess, about either of those teams because, the Steelers always manage to bottle up Lamar Jackson and, credit to Mike Tomlin and the defense for every time they match up. we knew the Ravens. We didn't have to watch last night to know how explosive the Ravens offense was. And then the Chargers, I think, good team. I don't think team I'm afraid of necessarily. I know when the Steelers played them, Justin Herbert was hurt, and he ended up leaving the game. The Steelers knocked him out of the game in the third quarter. But they still look about the same as what I kind of pictured them. It wasn't – if they would have gone into last night and let's say they beat the Ravens by 2 touchdowns, then I think a lot of people are turning their eyes and thinking Jim Harbaugh has this team ready for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they would have been 8-3, but the one thing that if I'm looking at their team, I'm a little surprised by their defense. I thought their defense coming into 2 weeks ago was a really elite defense. Now, not so much. I think they've been a little bit of exposed for that. I think anytime you deal with a quarterback like Herbert, he's dangerous. He is, and it could be a one-game situation. He gets really hot, look out. But their defense is not what I thought it might be, at least the last couple of weeks. I think Baltimore's sitting in a really good spot. They have a late bye, which I always, when I look at that situation, I would prefer as late in the season as possible to give me a bye. I know you can't control it based on how the scheduling comes out, but week 14 for them, they're banged up a little bit too, and you give them a bye. Have one game, and that's a big game against Philadelphia, then a bye, then the Giants and the Steelers. You know, if they win the Eagles game, all of a sudden now you're looking at the Giants. They're going to be 10-4 coming in that game with Pittsburgh. So the Steelers better take care of business against both Cincinnati and Cleveland. I even think 1-1's not very good in this situation. I think they got to win both, but I think it's going to be hard on Sunday.
And you think they're going to be getting fresh with a running back who, by league standards, is old. A running back that's 30, but Derrick Henry, he's already been great. He's been, maybe besides Saquon Barkley, the best running back in football this year at the age of 30. You give him a late bye, and then he's all galloped up and ready to go for the playoffs. Like last night, it felt like a ho-hum game for Derrick Henry. He still had 24 for 140. Like,
and if you saw
that's how good that dude is.
After contact, too. I mean, he sheds people away, man. You get off my back. You know, runs, swats him away, keeps going. He's capable of doing what Barkley does, which is, and this is saying something because he's older, he can break those 50-yard touchdown runs. He can break an 80-yard touchdown run. Normally a guy that size, 247, I think he's listed as, you ain't going to run 90 yards and outrace defensive backs, but he can. So that's a tough assignment.
Yeah, he's built and he has the speed unlike really almost any other player that we've seen in the league. I mean, that's just how good I think he is. Now, of course, Steeler fans, given the recency, they'll jump on that because they mostly bottled up Derrick Henry. He fumbled on the second play of the game. Like they had a game plan for the Ravens to face them defensively, and it certainly worked. But the schedule thing that you bring up there, and it's sometimes harder than we make it seem to look beyond and project what will really happen, because all of these games, when it comes down to it, like they are. And I think the Browns game is a good example. You can be a better team in every statistical category. You can have better position groups all over the field than your opponent, and it just does not matter sometimes. Like the Browns game was a good example. We saw the Titans beat the Texans on Sunday. We saw the Cowboys beat the Commanders on Sunday. Like those things happen in the NFL, but there has to be some worry with Joe Burrow down the pike here in just a few days, given how he has looked. And you say the Bengals defense better than they get credit for. I'd probably agree, given the history that Lou Anarumo has with those guys. Mm-hmm. And we've seen them play well in big games, playoff games, on the way to a Super Bowl a few years back. So, yeah, are they among the NFL's elite? No, but they're not just going to lie down. Like, that's a defensive group that can still
just
make
as you
plays.
just said, Donnie. What am I doing, Don? Should I call you Austin?
I'm getting old.
Instead of Austin? No, I can't. No, I got to call him Fred now. All of a sudden, Joe's gone wild.
Bread.
What?
Bread, he called me. How about that, Donnie?
Because of the Wonder Bread, isn't that what he said?
That's what he claimed.
Twin Wonder Bread.
No, what was I going to say now? Regarding, what were we talking about? I threw myself off by calling you Don.
The Bengals and their desperation.
Well, that's what I said. You just said about all these teams that won on Sunday. A lot of them are desperate teams. Desperate teams are difficult teams to deal with. Cincinnati's had a year in which I can make an argument that instead of 4-7, they should be 7-4. They have games that have been, I thought, taken away from them. The Kansas City game was one they should have won. It was a terrible call, or at least one I didn't think was worthy of a call. They called on PI. Mahomes somehow escapes there. And there have been others that they're very much in game. So I don't look at them as a 4-7 football team, and neither should the Steelers. I don't think they will. I think they realize what they're dealing with here with Burrow and Chase and all the weapons they have. So that's a big game. A desperate team is a dangerous team. Now, I happen to think Cleveland's going to get their butts handed to them the next time they come here.
Yeah, see, that's one where I don't want to get out over my skis, but I do think when I heard people say, I don't think the Steelers will win another game, it's like, well, I do think they're going to get the Browns the second time around.
Oh, they'll get them good, I think.
I think they're gonna make sure that they don't look past that one again. We'll get more into the Bengals-Steelers discussion coming up with Brian Batko from the Post-Gazette. Our six-pack is brought to you by Bet365. We will also... There it is. We'll also get into what the Steelers should do at quarterback beyond this season. And then a little college hoops. I want to get Bob's take in about an hour about some of these tip-off tournaments and the one that Pitt played in over the weekend that became a little bit of a mess. Fan Twitter, that's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Brian Batko joins us next. It's Donnie Football and Bob Pompiani on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins will play Vancouver tomorrow, PPG Paints Arena at 7:30. It is the final game before Thanksgiving for the Penguins, who have lost 3 games in a row and are in last place in the Metro. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on tonight's game. Build yourself a nice little SGP, a same-game parlay. Home team quarterback for me over passing yards is where I would start, and then you get to build it on your own. You can bet in-game as things are happening live. It's all there for you for tonight's game. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At Progressive, we know there's a lot of things you can track. Steps, calories, heart rate, your pet steps, screen time, the whereabouts of your favorite celebrity, how long you slept, how long you didn't sleep, how long you thought about sleeping, how long you thought about sleeping. But none of these things could save you money, unlike Snapshot from Progressive, which customizes your rate based on how and how much you drive. It's much better for your bottom line than tracking your Cocker Spaniel's resting heart rate. So download the Progressive app today.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Guys, it's finally here.
Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
At the Home Depot, the holidays have arrived.
And so is all my family. So I'm working on keeping up with the laundry.
The Home Depot is here to help with Black Friday savings up to 40% off select appliances. Spend less time doing laundry with smart, efficient appliances from Samsung. Ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
Perfect. Less laundry time means more family time.
Get Black Friday savings now with free delivery and financing on select appliances at the Home Depot. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details. Offer valid November 6th through December 4th. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wendy's, the iconic frost with a caramel twist. It's got to be Wendy's. Terms apply. Naturally flavored. Carolina almost escaped the Feeble Five by upsetting Kansas City, but advanced to number 28, followed by the Jets. Jacksonville gets Trevor Lawrence back this week. Vegas won't get Gardner Minshew back, and it's hard times for those soft Giants. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
If you're still watching sports from your couch, stop playing around and get into the game at Permane Brothers. They've upgraded their screens and sports